The information provided by the speakers and/or presenter on Facebook and YouTube is for general informational purposes only. All information is provided in good faith. However, Constructive Talk makes no representation or warranty of any kind, express or implied, regarding the accuracy, adequacy, validity, reliability, availability, or completeness of this information.
And Michael was assigned to the task of I recall more than 3 decades ago, a senior telecommunications manager, let's call him Michael. And Michael was assigned to the task of presenting the government's position at a regional conference. Michael struggled and visibly trembled, especially since he presented after the retired North American ambassador, who had the audience in stitches, laughing up every word. I'm Dr. Madonna Todd, and I made a silent vow then to help people like Michael, who are technically competent, but who struggle and succumb to fear when speaking in public. Now, as a communications architect, I partner with organizations and individual leaders to transform their leadership presence, including the way they express themselves. So, if your goal is to amplify your authentic voice, influence others, and lead with confidence, join me from October 28th to November 11th for our Communicate with Confidence online course. To all the Michaels, it's possible to overcome fear, step fully into your role, and lead with confidence.
You give your hand to me, and let me say hello, and I can hardly speak. My heart is beating so, and everyone can tell. You think you know me well, you don't know me.
Hey guys, I am Nigel O'Connor, a singer for all seasons. I am that voice that moves you for every occasion. I am that voice that celebrates life moments one note at a time. I am Nigel O'Connor. You can contact me at 783-0054 or 754-3154. And oh yes, that's me singing in the background.
Nowadays I'm not speaking songs.
Hi. So a lot of people have been asking, where is Haley by Wendy?
So anybody confused? That's okay. Don't be too concerned. We didn't move too far. Only from Matilda Princess Song to High Street Princess Song. I saw a video showing how to exactly get to us. As you can see, we are just over Saki Credit Union, and that yellow staircase is your pathway to many potential great services that you'll love. Just to name a few so you can get a hint of what we're all about: wig installment, braids, relaxer, color, manicure, pedicure, waxing, and much more. Do you want to book an appointment with us? If so, message us on our WhatsApp at 868-331-9747.
Apostle Dr. Corey K. Grant.
Oh, when the river flows, it will bring every dead thing to life. Because he is Yahweh, Alpha and Omega. That's who he is.
Invites you to an evening of just worship with the Burton sisters.
Jesus, we need a fresh
Spoken word.
Lord, we love you.
Ministry in dance with Faith Over Fear dance team. Come and be ministered to by several worship teams. An evening of just worship at Life in the Word Prophetic Cathedral at 166 Pointe-a-Pierre Road, Fistabella, San Fernando. See you there.
Hi fam, it's your girl Nataki Lendo and I'm shooting my video for I Love right here in Parman. Come up Parman, Larry Lime. I like pastels, I like penny, I like black cake and fruit cake too. I like turkey, I like sweet bread, give me the sorrel and ginger beer. But I love Jesus, Emmanuel, God is with us. He left heaven to save us and we will overcome. Yes, I love Jesus, Emmanuel, God is with us. He left heaven to save us and we will overcome. I like shopping, I like baking, I like painting. It's looking good. I see you cleaning, your power washing. I see your curtains, but just one thing. Do you love Jesus? Emmanuel, God is with us. He left heaven to save us and we will overcome. 'Cause I love Jesus. Emmanuel, God is with us. He left heaven to save us and we will overcome. Yes, I love Jesus. Emmanuel, God is with us. He left heaven to save us and we will overcome. Yes, I love Jesus. Emmanuel, God is with us. He left heaven to save us and we will overcome. He didn't have to come for me. He didn't have to die for me. He didn't have to set me free. But I'm glad that he did. He did. He didn't have to come for me. He didn't have to come. He didn't have to die for me. He didn't have to die. He didn't have to set me free. But I'm glad that he did. Yes, I love Jesus. Emmanuel, God is with us. He left heaven to save us and we will overcome. Yes, I love Jesus. Emmanuel, God is with us. He left heaven to save us and we will overcome. You love Jesus. Emmanuel,
song is keep your family close.
Fall in, fall in, fall in. Oh yeah, fall in. Lord, family. Christmas is so family. From the children to tante, also uncle and auntie. Family, spend Christmas with family. Keep your family close. Fight for me sweeter than candy. Well, let me hear you sing. Oh, dulce caramelo, dulce caramelo, dulce caramelo. Es la vibra. Dulce caramelo, dulce caramelo. A cada niño necesita una familia. A cada niña necesita una familia. No podemos olvidar a la familia. Respeta siempre a tu familia. I used to play with them in the rain and catch bobbing down in the drain. And when you catch yourself on a strain, them on your back again and again. So much a mango surely climb. With them you spend so much of your time. Instead of getting exposed to crime, stay home and have a family line. Family, Christmas is a family. From the children to tante, also uncle and auntie. Family.
All right. Good evening, family. Good evening, Constructive Talk family. How you guys going? I hope all is well. Today was an interesting day. So much happening today, but I have a young man on the phone line, Dr. Mr. Jelani Reed. I say it right? Did I say it right? Or was I supposed to say Mr. Doctor? Or you drop the doctor and just say, no, you drop the Mr. and just say, Dr. Reed.
Anything is okay with me.
Nah, anything can be okay. You have to do it the right way. But so I have with me on the phone line Mr. Jelani Reed, Dr. Jelani Reed, sorry. Jelani is the education officer for the People's National Movement, and he is hosting, or they are hosting, an event in San Fernando.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes, you're absolutely correct.
It's about the Dr. Eric Williams Institute for Public Education. Am I right?
For political education, yes.
Political you see? Okay, I have to get my glasses, you know. All right, so it's the official launch of the Dr. Eric Williams Institute for Political Education, being held at San Fernando City Hall.
Yes, you're correct.
So tell us, Dr. Reed, you are working. You are the education officer for the People's National Movement, and you are working. You have started to put things together to educate the People's National Movement, the members of the People's National Movement, about the party, the founder of the party, and stuff like that. Before you answer any other question, first to begin, Trinidad and Tobago, this is a young man. How old are you, Dr. Reed?
31.
He's 31 years old. And what drew you into the politics?
I make a joke when I'm doing political introductions to say that the first words out of my mouth was probably PNM or Balizing.
Okay.
But I have been PNM all of my life. As I say, PNM born and bred.
Mm-hmm.
That thrust into politics really came from through my father primarily. But primarily, however, my family is one of service, and I've always found that when politics is done right, it's the best avenue to serve the greatest amount of people in the shortest time frame possible.
Right.
So I see politics as that vehicle of service, And it really came from my family background because a lot of my uncles and aunts were police officers. My aunt, she was actually one of the founders of the police youth club movement in the country, decades ago. And it's what we are accustomed doing in my family. So yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. That's very, very interesting, Mr. Reed. So tell us about this project that you are
Yes. So
embarking on. Now, I
I will.
remember
Mhm.
the political leader, Ms. Beckles, would have she would have told you guys that she wanted to educate and she wanted to
Yes.
do a drive on educating the members of the People's National Movement about Dr. Eric Williams and the starting of the People's National Movement and stuff like that. So tell me,
So
how you all went about pulling this together?
So, Pastor Google, you're correct. Our political leader, Honorable Penelope Beckers Robinson, at the inauguration, the special convention, she gave us, she has set a certain bar and standard for all of the officers to operate by. And subsequent to that, the political leader has basically been instrumental in ensuring that as officers of the movement, we all produce our work plan and begin executing this plan because, as she said, we have taken a responsibility of service to the party and to the country, and therefore there's no time or excuse for non performance. But as it relates to the Dr. Eric Williams Institute, this is actually a constitutional mandate, and it's something that us education officers in the movement prides ourselves. It is the only initiative when you peruse through the constitution, our constitution, that governs the affairs of the PNM, the framework of how we are to conduct ourselves. The party school is the only initiative that is spelled out in the constitution, while other officers or committees, they will have a general remit or general framework of terms of reference. We have that specific responsibility. And in 2012, under the stewardship of then education officer Mr. Neil Passanlal, they would have rebranded the party school and called it the Dr. Eric Williams Institute for Political Education. And this dispensation of the committee, together with the leadership of the party, founded. We didn't see there was a need to change the naming, so we are relaunching it. Now, many persons may ask the question, what exactly is the party school? The party school is where we conduct the educating of our membership as it relates to the history of the PNM, the philosophy of the PNM, and that means why we do or why we operate the way that we operate, the policies of the PNM. And one of the things that we are adding to our remit is to prepare as well the next generation of politicians and leaders at every level of the movement, the party group level, constituency level, and to prepare those for elected representation. So the Dr. Eric Williams Institute that we are relaunching on Saturday at San Fernando City Hall, it's basically our statement to say that the PNM, which has always been the only custodian of political education in this country, in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, we are reasserting ourselves, we are taking back our responsibility. Because, Pastor Google, let's face the facts. The the political environment to which we are operating in, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but in the world over, there is a concerted attempt for misinformation and to rewrite the history of our country and that of the PNM. And therefore, we have a responsibility to all the generations of Trinbagonians to ensure that at the very least, we provide accurate and factual information. And we believe, as all our leaders have always spoken about, a more informed population and a more informed membership ought to make better decisions.
Beautiful. So if you're now joining me, I'm seeing persons coming on. We have at least 700, reach 800 now, viewers on YouTube. I know that my Facebook people are coming on. I have on the phone line with me Mr. Jelani Reed, Dr. Jelani Reed, sorry, and he is the education officer of the People's National Movement. And he is informing us about an event that's coming up on the 22nd of November 2025 at the San Fernando City Hall. What is it? It's the launch of the Dr. Eric Williams Institute for Political Learning. And it's a mandate that he is following, being that the political leader would have asked persons, especially persons like Dr. Reed, to educate the membership on this great party that they belong to, the People's National Movement. So, Mr. Reed, tell us, what can we expect on the 22nd? What is the 22nd? Friday?
On Saturday.
Saturday. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so one, I don't want to, let the cat out of the bag, but it's going to be an exciting program. What I am most appreciative of is that we have a dynamic team of members on the education committee that has been working diligently over the past few weeks to bring this relaunch to order. So on the day, of course, our highlight is going to be the feature address that will be given by our political leader and the opposition leader, Honorable Penelope Beckles Robinson. As the education officer, I'll be rolling out the curriculum and the party school and what exactly it is about. The modernization of what we are accustomed doing in the delivery of the material. And we are also going to be having a panel discussion of distinguished members who will engage the membership in questions as we, explore the whole question of the history of the party, the philosophy, and what is the future of the PNM in an evolving political world. So, and of course, we're going to have entertainment. It is not an event that is specific and only for PNM members. It is open to all members of the public. And the reason for that is because the remit of the education committee is not only for the educating of the members of the PNM, but it is also to educate the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Because let's face the facts, the information that is going to be provided, the PNM is not the custodian, or meaning that we are the holder. Because if one is to talk about the achievements, or if one is to talk about the accomplishments of the PNM, you would realize that it is well entwined and well woven into the fabric of the history of Trinidad and Tobago. So that it is important that what we do in carrying out and executing our curriculum, and then carrying out and executing and delivering what we expect, it has to be one whereby all members of the country are able to benefit from it. So what does that mean? And when I say modernization of what we hold dear and true, the committee as well is working assiduously to introduce an AI system whereby a member, wherever you are in the world, or a citizen, wherever you are in the world, it operates like ChatGPT, where it is that you can ask questions and it is able to tell you exactly based on the foundation documents of our party, the constitution, the handbook, the speeches by our political leaders over the years, etc., etc. We are going to be also launching a website that would be the repository of some of the information. And then we are also going to be building out an internal system to make education, internal platform to make education fun, where it is that members of the movement are able to, log in, do quizzes, etc., etc. So that we are correct. So we are also going to, you would also realize that a part of the short speeches that you're going to have at the launch, we have introduced a panel discussion. That is to also signify to the party that we are not going to be doing simply just the teacher-student method in the delivery of the course material. we are going to be utilizing all methods where to meet everyone where they are to ensure that at the end of the process, one, they can be certified, but most importantly, that they benefit from the education that we are giving.
Beautiful. So what I want you to do now, Miss Dr. Reed, is to just invite the people. We have 946 persons listening, so you can invite them to the program on Saturday.
On Saturday. So and yes, so to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, listeners of Constructive Talk, members of the PNM, supporters, average Joe and Jane Doe, on Saturday the 22nd of November at 3 p.m., we are assembling at San Fernando City Hall, and you are invited to come and be a part of this historical moment of the relaunch of the Dr. Eric Williams Institute for Political Education. And I can give the assurance that it is going to be an eventful initiative, an eventful day, and an exciting day, and an informative day, most important, where we are able to draw from what we are giving. So I encourage all and everyone, all and sundry, to come out in their numbers, come and be a part of the movement, come and be a part of this relaunch. And we are going to be happy very much to see all of you all there on this Saturday at San Fernando City Hall at 3 p.m.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Reed.
Thank you very much. The pleasure has been mine.
All
Thank you very much, sir.
You're most welcome. Wow. Thank you, sir. That's what we're talking about. So make sure and be a part of it, Trinidad and Tobago. And those of you who are listening on the live, thank you very much again, Dr. Reed, for being with me this evening to share that information.
Letter is just for you. My intention was to give you this letter when election was true. But since Dr. Rowley was stepping down, I figured I couldn't wait. I'm reading it now. I'm reading it now. Before it's too late. Before it's too late. I hear people say the PNM wasting the nation's time. I hear people say the UNC will scrape every last dime. And some couldn't choose between bad and worse, so I had to write this plea for the next leader of this country. Cause we need to see a nation full of success. We need a leader addicted to progress. Someone who's not here for the money and always giving us transparency. A leader with a clear destination and a direction. We was see. Most respectful.
A hole in the wall. Saw the farm owner and the farmer opening a package. He thought it was food and was delighted. But it was a mousetrap. The mouse rushed out desperately to talk to the hen. Mrs. Hen, Mrs. Hen. There's a mousetrap on the farm now. We have to do something. How are we going to live with a mousetrap here? The hen replied. Me worry about a mousetrap. That's your problem. You're a mouse, I'm a hen. A mousetrap on the farm doesn't bother me. The mouse lowered his head and went to find the pig. Mr. Pig, Mr. Pig, we have to do something. I saw it. The farmer's wife bought a mousetrap. We need to take action, the pig replied. Me worry about the mousetrap? Who is the mouse on the farm? Is it me or is it you? I am the pig. Look at my size. The mouse lowered his head again and went to find the cow, who was eating grass. Desperate and crying, he said, Mrs. Cow, you are my last hope. The farmer and his wife bought a mousetrap. We have to do something, the cow replied. You interrupt my lunch to talk about a mousetrap. I am a cow. You are the mouse here. The mouse was sad and disappointed. No one wanted to help him. He went to sleep in distress. When night came, the mousetrap caught something. The farmer's wife went there in the dark when she thought the trap had caught a mouse. It had actually caught the tail of a venomous rattlesnake. When she put her hand in the trap, the rattlesnake bit her. The farmer, desperate, took his wife to the hospital, where she stayed for several days. After much treatment, he managed to bring her back home, but she was still feverish. And what is good for someone who is feverish and needs to regain strength? Chicken broth. The farmer remembered the hen. He killed the hen to make chicken soup. Friends and family began visiting the farmer's wife to see how she was doing. Some came out of curiosity, others out of concern. More and more people started arriving. And what do guests like to eat? The farmer looked at the pig and decided to sacrifice it too. But even with all the care, the woman did not make it and eventually passed away. With the wake, the whole town came to offer condolences. Even more people arrived, and the farmer, having no way to feed so many people, sacrificed the cow. What is the moral of the story? When someone in your home has a problem, never say that problem is not yours. Your husband's problem is your problem. Your wife's problem is your problem. The problem of your son, father, or mother is your problem, because a problem that affects one person inside the house, sooner or later, will affect everyone. Matthew 12:25 says, "A house divided cannot stand. The problem of one is the problem of all." If you watched until the end, share this video and comment where you are watching this content from.
All right, Trinidad and Tobago, so I'm back with you. And this evening, I have with me, the old man is on. Well, he don't like to call me old man. He don't like me to call him old man. My papa is on. And I have a special guest with me this evening. I call him the Honorable still, Mr. Foster Cummings. And he's here this evening to share some real information. He ain't holding back. I tell him if he come in here to hold on, to hold back, he in the wrong place. I tell him that earlier. I told him if he here to hold back, this is the wrong program. This is the program where we just say it as it is. This not by the other place, you know, Mr. Cummings.
Yes.
I don't want no cover from my mouth here. This is my place. Mr. Cummings.
And you should not. I want to say good night to you and to your dad and to all your listeners to the program tonight as we share information that is, of course, of concern to all of Trinidad and Tobago, because the young people are our future, and we took careful time to make significant investment in the young people, and all of it is now being sidelined and squandered. And so we want to talk about that tonight.
Yes. Dad, you want to introduce yourself to Mr. Cummings again?
Yes. My name is still the same, Dave McKenzie. All right, and I've been on this program for a while with Pastor Henry. And a very pleasant good evening to your listeners, as usual, and a very warm welcome to Minister Cummings. And I'm just as excited as your listeners and yourself to hear what the minister has to say on this very, very important topic, which meant so much to myself, my wife, and the PNM supporters inside here when we heard the plans the PNM had for the young people in Trinidad and Tobago, that 18 to 35 year age group. We were very, very excited about it and devastatingly disappointed when there was no carry through with the change of government.
All right. So to those of you who are now joining us, again, I have on the phone line former Minister of Youth and National Service, Mr. Foster Cummings, and my dad is also on the phone line. And this evening we're going to be discussing some issues that Mr. Cummings has brought to the fore. Now, when I saw it the first time, Mr. Cummings, I said, but like Mr. Cummings hiding from me or what? Like, how he ain't pull me in this one? Normally, he just say, Google, find yourself by Bally's house. We go in and watch we going and do a report. I say, but like Mr. Cummins feel like I gone dormant. I get quiet, I get soft.
Yes.
But when I saw the
Not at all.
second video, that's when I say, nah, let me reach out to Mr. Cummins and find out what is really going on. So what I want to do is to show the videos that you would have done and highlight the videos so that the people could know what exactly we're talking about. And then you can weigh in on the issues at hand. Okay?
Not a problem at all.
That's how it reached to, Mr. Cummins. That's the levels we reach,
This is good. Good approach. I agree with your approach.
Thank you.
Behind me, another abandoned youth development project. This was the very successful youth agricultural shade house project. A project we modeled after a Guyanese experiment when we visited Guyana and saw young people involved in shade house production. The government then invested on the site in Chagaramas and partnered with the University of the West Indies and trained over 300 young people in shade house production, protected agriculture. And the government has shut it down. The current government has discontinued the program. There are currently no students enrolled, and the cooperative of students, the cooperative that was formed to manage this project and to take this produce to the market, to the hotel industry, to the restaurant industry, to the supermarket industry. Look at the crops, abandoned, and the students, I am told, have been denied access to this site. If you look at the gate is closed, padlocked. The site is completely abandoned, overgrown with bush. We had 4 completed shade houses here and another 16 under construction. And you can see there's no work taking place. The construction has stopped and the students have been denied access to this site. Once again, I call on the government to allow the students access to the site so that they can continue their agricultural dream. I'm told that is the intention of this government to give this site to one private individual to operate this project when we had a program benefiting hundreds of young people and giving them an opportunity, a new opportunity in life as a farmer. I feel it for the students, and I know that they are anxious to get back on the site. I call on the government to please give the students the opportunity. The Youth Agricultural Homestead Program, fondly called the YAP, a remarkable development program that was designed to encourage young farmers to get into a career of farming. We trained approximately 1,000 young persons successfully, and the first cohort were given access to lands at Chatham. To date, many of these young farmers are frustrated because the government has not made any statement regards to their access to the lands that they were promised. These young people entered UTT EKF campus, spent 2 years in training, and were awarded certificates in agriculture and agro-processing. Many of them then went on to a model farm with a model farmer, and in an apprenticeship arrangement got 1 year practical training into how they would best practice their new profession. They gave time. Many of them left their jobs to take part in this new initiative with great excitement. Every time that program was advertised, it was heavily oversubscribed. It gave me great pleasure to go to these farms and see these young people so passionate about their new endeavor. Some of them livestock, some of them into crops, just waiting for the moment when they would get access to their lands. And now they are left in frustration. I appeal to the government to please do not abandon the young people.
do not dash their hopes and their dreams to contribute to our food security and to make farming their career. The Youth Agricultural Homestead Program, fondly called the YAP, a remarkable development program that was designed to encourage young farmers to get into a career of farming. We trained approximately 1,000 young persons
I think the
successfully.
video may have started over.
And the
Pastor.
first cohort were given access to lands at Chatham. To date, many of these young farmers are frustrated because the government has not made any statement regards to their access to the lands that they were promised. These young people entered UTT EKF campus, spent 2 years in training, and were awarded certificates in agriculture and agro-processing. Many of them then went on to a model farm with a model farmer, and in an apprenticeship arrangement got 1 year practical training into how they would best practice their new profession. They gave time. Many of them left their jobs to take part in this new initiative with great excitement. Every time that program was advertised, it was heavily oversubscribed. It gave me great pleasure to go to these farms and see these young people so passionate about their new endeavor. Some of them livestock, some of them into crops, just waiting for the moment when they would get access to their lands. And now they are left in frustration. I appeal to the government to please do not abandon the young people. Do not dash their hopes and their dreams to contribute to our food security and to make farming their career.
All right. So if you're now joining us, you heard the video, you heard the videos actually, and Mr. Cummings, this is a serious thing, you know. Senator?
It's very serious, and it says a lot about the intention of this government as it relates to youth and youth development in this country.
So
It
tell
is
us.
very unfortunate.
So tell us, I know that you are the brainchild, and you know this project is something. It's like a baby of yours. And when you went and you saw what was happening, how did you feel, Senator Cummings?
It's painful, you know. We put a lot of work and effort into these programs. We took the time to direct young people in a positive way into various career areas, in particular agriculture, because we know that, one, we need to restock our pool of farmers. Many of our farmers are aged, and we do not have the kind of generational continuation of farming as we used to in the past.
Mhm.
Children of farmers are moving into all sorts of different career paths.
Right.
And therefore, we thought if we could identify the young people who had an interest, it would serve the country well to train them and certify them and give them the tools and resources to become successful young farming entrepreneurs, agro-entrepreneurs. And they took to it. It was very successful. They applied. We had 4 different agricultural programs, and they were all heavily subscribed. And the government, upon coming into office, transferred these programs to the Ministry of Agriculture. And since then, all of the programs have been discontinued.
All?
All of them. The Youth Agricultural Homestead Program, which I spoke about in the video, which is a program designed to train the young people and certify them. We partnered with UTT EKF campus, which has been training persons in agricultural pursuits for decades. And they ran a program on behalf of the ministry, trained these young persons, certified them. They also put them into apprenticeship program on existing farms in the country to work with a master farmer to give them some practical experience. And then as part of the program, they would be allocated 2 acres of land with a starter home on it so that they can get into homesteading and go and start a life of their own and contribute towards our food security and bringing cheaper food to the market. The first area is Chatham, and we had 100 and something lots there. We started to construct the homes, but then the elections came. The students were given a license to occupy these lands while the construction was taking place. And since the government has changed, all construction has stopped. All the contractors are off the site, both the infrastructure contractors and the contractors for the homes. And nobody knows anything. They have taken on no additional cohort. They have not graduated the last cohort that was there when we were in office. And the program is just more or less scrapped. And we have trained about 1,000 young persons for the homesteading program. And there is no word from the government. Absolute silence from the government on it. And the students are very frustrated. In terms of the Shade House program that I visited, only yesterday, the place is completely abandoned. We have trained about 300 students in Shade House farming, and they formed themselves into a cooperative, some of them, and they were on the site in Shagarama, Stucco Valley, cultivating and, putting this produce on the market. We completed 4 shade houses, which were doing quite well. We were constructing 16 additional to bring it up to a complement of 20. And there's also the site where the Ghanaian yams were planted to get planting stock so that we can distribute to farmers across the country. The yam is a very good variety. The government has abandoned that site completely. There's no one on site. It's padlocked, and the students have indicated to me that they were denied access to it. They were told by the government that the site is no longer available to them. The cooperative that was operating there have no access to the site, and it's very painful to see such good work for the benefit of young people just be left abandoned like that. While at the same time, the government announces the construction of a new prison complex in Wallerfield. Well, that might very well be needed in the country, but not at the expense of abandoning youth development projects that give a future to the young persons to develop themselves as productive citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We would much prefer them be productive farmers than they be housed in a prison cell somewhere with no hope for the future.
Wow. Dad, you have any questions or anything, any thoughts on?
Yes, definitely. I have a question for the minister. Minister, what is the likelihood of the present government looking into any aspect of the program or restarting anything related to the program?
Well, I can only be hopeful. We can only be hopeful, and that's why I highlighted it. I like to give the government the opportunity. If the government is successful, then we are successful as a country. So notwithstanding the fact that I am a senator and a very active member of the opposition, we do not have executive authority at this point in time, so we can only appeal to the government that holds the executive authority to look carefully and seriously at the question of youth development in this country. We have a serious crime problem and a lot of young people involved in crime. Many of them because they feel they do not have a way out. Many of them because they feel they have no hope. Many of them we refer to in the NEET category. That is, they're not employed, they're not involved in any formal education or training program, and therefore their prospects for employment is very grim, and it leaves them vulnerable and very open to be recruited by people that have criminal intentions. So that we as a government, when we're in office, we said, look, we are going to design, sector-specific programs that will give these young people the opportunity for employment or self-employment through business. Many of them took up those opportunities. And tonight we focus a bit on the agricultural side of it. People say young people are not interested in agriculture. But that was not our experience when we advertised these programs. We got a lot of young people who, you would have seen some of it in the video, who were doing extremely well in these programs and who, unfortunately now, I feel so sad for them that their hopes have been dashed.
All right.
Will the government listen to what we are saying and to this appeal? I do not know. We can only hope that the government will see the benefit of programs like this and allow these young people to continue.
Right. So looking forward to 2030, the PNM assumes office. Would there be a restarting of this program?
Well, once the PNM, and you saying 2030 or before, once the PNM returns to government in this country, I am certain that a PNM government will put in place the continuation of programs like this and others, targeting our young people, particularly that age group 18 to 35, to make sure that there are opportunities for them to improve themselves and to become the best version of themselves.
And lastly, what have you been able to meet one-on-one with any of the students who were involved in this program and witness their frustration and hear what they had to say about
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. As a matter of fact, on the Chatham site, there are 2 farmers there occupying location. One basically does seeds and so forth. He's doing very well across. He has actually expanded that business across the Caribbean, providing seeds and seedlings and so forth. And the other one currently has a crop of cucumbers, and he's doing very well, supplying his produce to supermarkets, etc. But all of the others are not on site, and it's because of the uncertainty from the government, security concerns, because we had the army at that location to provide security, and they have been removed. So that is the concern. Many of them have reached out to me via social media, sending messages, asking for support and advice. And I've said to them, well, from where I sit, all I can do is make an appeal to the government and say, listen, these young people need you. These young people need your support. We spend money on a lot of things in this country, and some of it should quite properly be reserved for youth development work in a serious way. These are not programs. These programs should not be painted red or yellow. These are programs for young people to make sure that we all give them the best opportunity to excel and do well as young citizens of TNT.
I think, Minister, one of the problems is that it's very difficult to divest initiatives like this from their political moorings. So the UNC is probably looking at it as a PNM thing to win PNM votes, and that to me is highly unfortunate. Have you all looked at signing petitions, getting the young people who are affected by this program to come together and sign a petition and make a formal appeal to the government?
I think on their own they have been making appeals to the government. They're quite an organized group. They never broke away from each other. This experience brought them close to each other, and they have been making their own appeals. I'm trying my best to, as you mentioned, not have this too much of a political issue, but it must be voiced. It must be spoken about. Unfortunately, in this country, when governments change, some projects suffer that political death, and we have to mature ourselves away from that. When the country, which has limited resources, invest in different projects, there must be continuity, even though there's a change in government. It's the only way we will see any meaningful development. Because if you start a good project, and because a government change comes, they stop it, and you have to wait until that government comes back in office 10 years after or 5 years after to continue it, that's not very productive. That's not very productive. I look forward to the day when we would graduate away from that type of petty political behavior.
Yes, Pastor.
Wow. Mr. Cummins, I remember when you would have come into the studio and you would have introduced the nation to these pilot projects that you were doing. And I remember talking to you, and you said to me there was a young man in the studio who wanted to be a part, and he was thinking about leaving where, working at the station, and because he had loved farming, to be a part of that project.
Many of them did that. In fact, Pastor, many of them actually did that, particularly for the YAP program. They left their jobs because they were offered a stipend,
right,
and they left their job. They saw it as a life-changing opportunity, and they left their job and got into the program. And with the hope that they will get onto these lands and do something very productive. And I'm very, unfortunately, I mean, I was happy as someone from Cuba when I saw the government distributing the lands to the former Carney workers. I am one who, my father worked at Carney. The PNM offered that program of separation to Carney workers when Carney closed. And therefore, I support all the workers there getting their lands as we promised. But here is a case of young people who definitely want to be in farming, because many of the former Carney workers do not want to be in farming. These are young people who want to be in farming, who gave 2 years of their life to being trained and certified, writing examinations, going on the farm, getting that practical. And we say no lands for them. Something is definitely wrong about that. And if we are a government, the government must serve all the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, yes? The young people, of course, get in full priority.
You know something, and I want to say this very cautiously, because you said that you didn't want this, you don't want it to be political too much. But I was wondering why the media haven't picked up on this. How come no media house haven't taken their cameras and went and say, oh, let's go and see how is the Shade House program going down Chagaramas. Let's see how, because I know that those crops must be ready to reap. So let's go and see.
Good news. Good news is hard to sell. Whenever we have, unfortunately, someone loses their life at the hands of a murderer, that is a front page story. It could be a front page story sometimes even 2 or 3 times a week. But how do we give hope to our young people if we don't showcase the successes? And whilst in the ministry, I said to the media on several occasions, if only you would help us promote some of the good work that we are doing, it would help other young people who are looking for that hope to have the information available to them so that they can take advantage of the opportunities. Some did it, some did not. But I hope that in going forward, we'll get the cooperation of other persons in the media to showcase some of these things so that the government, on this occasion now, it will now fall to the government to reinstitute some of these programs.
Wow. So
I think to
go ahead, Pastor. No, you go ahead.
Yes, I think in this country, unless you burn tires and you block roads and you make a certain amount of noise about a particular issue, the media isn't interested. But I'm sure that if these young people, as united as you said they are, Minister, if they come together and say, here, this program, we can't afford this thing to die. We can't afford it to suffer for the next 5 years. This is a case of 1 step forward, 2 steps backwards. Let us go to the media houses and make our noise about it. I'm sure it's going to get the attention that Pastor Henry is speaking about. I don't know. I'm thinking that that's the only way you get the attention of the media.
Well, this government has been using their power in a particular way that should be of concern to all of us as citizens. The very successful CPEP program that has been going on for probably 2 decades, that was a program designed to, facilitate business startups, to create employment for single mothers and people at the lowest ebb of society, to contribute towards keeping our environment clean. no one can say that the CPEP example is not a very good program that has been a successful program. And the government just shut it down. 10,000 persons, right? And therefore, when a government takes its authority and uses it in that way, the citizens are the only ones that suffer. They had no consultation or discussions with the young people. They didn't speak to them before. They did no proper monitoring and evaluation. We left a lot of reports there. They did no, they had no contact with these students. They just knew that this program was started under the PNM. Some of them call it the foster programs. And
Yes. Yeah, rightfully so.
and they just shut them down. But we hope for improvement in that.
Listen, I was listening to a radio program this afternoon. That is Sunny Bling. And he had a calling program. He said, I want all the callers this afternoon to begin whatever you say with never again or end what you're going to say with never again. I was amazed at the amount of callers, and you can hear the youth in their voice, who said never again to the UNC. Never again we're going to vote for the UNC. So I feel a lot of young people, maybe even some CPEC people, maybe even some people on your program, Minister, fell for this yellow is the code, and when UNC wins, everybody wins, and thought that, well, maybe if we give Kamala a chance, we'll get this and that, and she will continue the programs, only to be very disappointed. And that program was very enlightening to me. And I believe right now, if an election is called, PNM is taking it. I mean, I'm just trying to be optimistic here, but it's very devastating.
Yes, it's unfortunate. That is the unfortunate part about political marketing and propaganda, because a lot of people, young and otherwise, fell for the fancy yellow is the code talk. I don't know what it means. There's no real ideology behind it. It is just a slang. Yellow is the code. What does that mean? What does it do for you? What does it mean for the vision, for the country? It means nothing. It says nothing. But people fell for that. And then when UNC wins, everybody wins. Well, I mean, how does everybody win when the workers from CPEP can't send their children to school? When single mothers can't feed their children or pay their rent or the electricity bills? Christmas is upon us. And they will have a very grim Christmas. How does everybody win? When these young people who spent years, studying hard, working towards becoming a farmer, and they are abandoned with no word from the government, how have they won? Well, people have realized that was a hoax, and I suppose in the next election they will come up with something else to fool people into giving them the authority to persecute them, because that is what is happening right now.
Well, Pastor, could I just make this observation quickly?
Sure.
Right. So I have pastored in Port of Spain for like 20 years. Together with Pastor Henry, he would tell me we had the biggest church in the Port of Spain area, and a lot of my members of my church are from Nelson Street. And my church is now at the Center of Excellence, right? And I was given a member a lift home recently. My wife and I were in the front seat, and she's in the back. And I said, so who are you voting for? She said, well, I voted for Kamala. I said, what? I said, why? She said, yellow is the code, yellow is the code. I said, yeah, what? I want you to tell me personally why you're making that step, because I know you have been a supporter of the People's National Movement. You live on Nelson Street, that is a strong PNM area. You know what she said? You know what she said? My wife and I looked at one another in disbelief. She said, well, for years I applied for a house, and I trying to get a house. So I'm hoping that I'll take a chance with Kamala and get a house. So I called her recently, and I said, you got you anything with the house? She said, no. She said, I said, you think you made a mistake? She said, yes. I said, what you will do if the election is called? And she said, I'll vote for the PNM. She said, I'll have to wait. I'll let me take a chance with the PNM. So I think a lot of people felt, okay, let me take a chance, and it backfired on them seriously.
Yes.
Well, that's it. Seriously, yeah.
So, I want to say to the young people, first I want to say thank you to Pastor and thank you.
Where you going? You
Um,
can't go nowhere yet.
wait,
You take some
no,
calls.
I ain't going nowhere.
Oh,
I want to say thank you for, inviting me to join you on the program. But I want to say to the young people, don't give up. Wherever you are, if you're hearing me, if your parents are listening, your aunt, your uncle, your friend, don't give up. And I know it's frustrating, but, you know, relief is going to come. Think positive, make positive decisions, and don't be caught up in the negative, glamorous, life that could only lead you away from your freedom and into a prison cell. Stay positive and do positive things. Yes.
let's take some calls. Let's take some calls. Senator, you can't be on constructive talk and do interact with your people.
I am ready and willing.
Well, right. Let's take some calls. The number to call is 464-7003. 464-7003. And Senator, I want to really thank you for putting the information out on social media, because there are some people, they're saying they don't know what's going on, they're not hearing anything, but I managed to pick it up. And if you're
Yes.
accustomed watching the senator in the gym, then you will pick it up.
And I am going to continue to do that. My colleagues as well in the opposition, we are going to continue to talk to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, to keep them informed, and to raise the necessary issues, because that is our role as the opposition.
Yeah, PR,
Yeah,
public
to
relations,
keep the
public
government
relations.
on its toes
All right,
and
let's take this call.
challenge its policies. Yes.
Hello, good evening. Hello, caller. Caller, you're live. Caller, you're on. Now the caller frightened. Caller's back, caller. I don't know what happened there. Caller's back. Yeah, so I am glad that you took the time to come on, and I'm sure that people are, because the numbers on the live reflecting that they are glad to have you on. The callers on the live show, the viewers on the live is showing that. Hello, good evening. Okay, all right, let's check that and see. Yep, the viewers on the live are showing that. All right, so
One piece of information I'd like to ask the minister, Pastor. Minister, can you quantify how many acres of land was committed to this program and how much money has been lost as a result of the program being closed?
Well, the Chatham first location, the pilot area is 400 plus acres. And then Cabinet added to that two other parcels in Chatham. One from the Chatham Food Crop Program, which is another 100 plus acres. And then there's the Carlisle Estate, which is another 100 plus acres. So in Chatham alone, would have had close to 700 acres in cultivation. The other areas identified would be there's one in New Grant. There was one in Vancouver. About 5 or 6 other areas where we identified sufficient land to accommodate the 1,000 young persons who were trained. Can you imagine, even if we had 75 or 70% of those persons on the land actively producing well, what that would do for our food supply, our local food supply, and the price of local fresh produce? It would be out of this world.
Yes.
all right. Well, we're ready for you callers now. I believe I'm ready for you callers now. Call us on 464-7003, 7003. I'm ready for you. And if you're calling outside Trinidad and Tobago, remember you need to put in 1868 to get on, the program. So again, the number to call is 464-7003. If you have any questions for the minister, anything you want to share, the minister is ready to answer. I think I still have a voice note here. Let's see if this voice note going.
And especially African people.
All right, there we go.
Pastor Google, good afternoon. I want to know, and good afternoon to Pastor Cummins and your dad. I just want to know if it's a video you're showing
I didn't hear
or
it.
if you're just listening to it, because all I seen is blackout on my phone. Everything in every way, she see the African.
All right, so let me see if you're hearing it now.
Tell me.
All right, let's take this caller. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor Google. How are you?
I'm okay.
Good evening, Dan. Good evening, Mr. Cummins.
Good evening.
Mr. Cummins.
Yes, caller.
Mr. Cummins, you are doing a wonderful job, and don't give up. And I know God is seeing what you have done, and He's going to restore you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I thank you for the encouragement, and we continue to do the work. One of the things that this government is very good at for callers is that, when they can't attack the work you're doing, they engage in personal attacks. And that is designed to discourage you from continuing along the path. I try my best to keep very close to our maker, because that's where we get our strength to continue when we're called to do this sort of public service. Because in spite of all of the heaping personal attacks that they will come with from time to time, we have to keep our eye on the mission. And I thank you for your encouragement.
All right, we have another caller. Hello, good evening, caller.
Hi, good evening to Pastor Google.
Hi, evening.
And good evening to the Senator. I would
Good
like
evening.
to ask the Senator a question. It's pertaining the youth camp, one of the youth camp which is Press to Youth Camp in Freeport. I would like to ask why it is that through his ministry and the PS that they didn't emphasize and put a lot of time to ensure that the youth camp would have been completed before election.
Caller, thank you for that. One of the priorities at the Ministry of Youth while I was there was the reopening of all the youth camps. And we, as a matter of fact, awarded contracts to various contractors to refurbish these sites and have them open. Unfortunately, of course, the work did not go as fast as we expected because these buildings are very old. Many of them were constructed in the 60s or 70s, and therefore it took quite some time for the refurbishment work to progress. But we did not stop. We continued, and the first camp that was supposed to be reopened was the El Dorado Youth Camp, followed by Presto, then Chatham, and we were converting the Chaguaramas Convention Center into youth camp as well. Works were ongoing on all the sites while the PNM was in office and when the elections came. But as I explained, because of the age of the infrastructure, the refurbishment works took a little longer than expected. And the cost, of course, was also a consideration, because with these buildings, these old buildings, sometimes, they estimate for one price. But when they go in and they actually start to do the work, we had some additional work to take into consideration. But,
all right, we have another caller.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Good
evening, caller.
Good evening. You and Bob and the minister. Pastor Google, I saw a copy of that, which you speak, and I'm really hardworking. to see what this current government did to these young people. This government, from people go way back, this UNC government is a strategic plan to disenfranchise every PNM project, every PNM policy. So I want to use it here to lick up poor people. And then she's going to tell you, she's going to ask you, what PNM did for you? What PNM did for you? Well, very island and have broken in society. One other thing I want to advise the minister, and in fact the PNM opposition, set up a banking account at different banks so that the ordinary people could make a contribution to that account so that they could use it for advertisement. And because remember, UNC, they have deep pockets. The supporters, the financiers, they have deep pockets. PNM not so fortunate. But the ordinary people could, whatever they could afford, have that place in their account. Which the PNM now could use for the advertisement and for whatever. And next thing too is that this Tobago election is coming up. I would like to see the PNM, the group, the whole entire group, go to Tobago as often as you can and campaign over there. Campaign vigorously, because we have to, many people didn't vote and some voted again. The PNM. So let us see if we can win back those people. Win them back here, but we have to campaign. Because don't forget, the Kenya for 15 years, she had marginalized for over 15 years. Even though she lost more than 10 elections, the supporters stuck with her. So let us, that's my advice. So, but coming back to the original point, that farm program, that hurt me. It hurt me. Yeah, so thank you very much for this opportunity. Mr. Cummins, thank you too for a human service. Job well done. But please,
Thank you, caller.
thank you very much.
Thank you. What I can say, you raised several points. The people of Tobago are very wise people. And I think they have had an opportunity to observe the behavior of this government over the last few months. And when they get the opportunity, they will speak and they will speak loudly.
Okay.
And yes, the government seems to be hell-bent on erasing from our space anything that they think is related to the PNM. I think one of them even went so far as to say that Eric Williams was not the first Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. So they feel they could also rewrite history. But the people of Trinidad and Tobago are very intelligent people, and they will take note of what the government is doing, and at the appropriate time, they will take action to relieve this country of the vindictiveness that we are currently undergoing.
Facing. All right, so we have another caller. Hello, good evening, caller.
Hi, good evening, Pastor Google.
Good evening.
Hello to your guest here. I have a question for Mr. Cummins, right? Two things. One, what in your capacity, right, Mr. Cummins, you're gonna use social media like TikTok and all other, well, aside from Facebook, to dispel the amount of misinformation, disinformation out there now, to encourage you to to look at all the good things that the PNR has done over the last 10 years, right? And also, for the folks ever considering showing no confidence against the present Minister of Agriculture, because I will tell you, I find he's no good. So I don't know if you're considering how I can vote if you're holding Parliament next time, that I have a motion of no confidence against this guy. All right, I think he's Mr. Ratram. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you,
caller. In terms of, as I said earlier in this program, if the government succeeds, we all succeeded, notwithstanding the fact that we have different political persuasions.
Right.
So I am still hopeful that the minister will do the right thing. I did get an opportunity to mention to the minister that in terms of the Chatham area where we prepare these lands for these students, that squatters are now, entering these lands, and that something should be done. I'm hopeful that some positive thing will be done for the benefit of these students. And if and when this government chooses to start to serve all the citizens of this country, then that would be what they should do. If it does not occur, then as an opposition, we will do all that we can to hold this government to account. In terms of engaging the young people of this country, it is our intention to continue to meet one-on-one with young people and all citizens. We have started working with the leader of the opposition, the Honorable Penelope Beckles, and we will continue to lend that support to her as our leader, and we will walk every nook and cranny of this country and let the citizens know that the PNM has not forgotten them and that we are here for them, so that when the opportunity presents itself, the people of this country can re-elect a positive vision, a government with vision and love and care for this country. And that will be, of course, the PNM.
Go ahead, Dad.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
No, you go ahead, Dad.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Right. So, Minister, one thing I've noticed with the politics in this country, the PNM comes into power, certain UNC programs go into remission. The UNC comes into power, certain PNM, projects go into remission. But I've noticed the PNM is not a vengeful party. So if the UNC engages in something positive, the PNM would not just come into power and say, well, we are in power now, we getting rid of everything. UNC, I heard the government mention that they want to start back the hotel school. Am I correct? The hotel school program.
Mention of that program was made by a UNC minister. I'm in support of that. As a matter of fact, the Ministry of Youth and the Ministry of Tourism were having conversations. We discussed this matter even at the cabinet level of the restructuring and reintroduction of that school in Chagaramas to train persons for the tourism sector. So that was something that occupied our attention. And in addition to that, the youth camps that we were actively working on reopening, particularly one in El Dorado, would have had a focus on culinary skills as well. So that I support that. I mean, I support good programs.
Right.
And as I said earlier on, doesn't matter who is in government. What is good for Trinidad and Tobago is good for Trinidad and Tobago, and we must all support it.
I'm very, very happy to hear you say that.
I can tell you tonight, I support the opening of the Cuba Hospital.
Right.
I am a central man. I understand the challenges of citizens of central Trinidad to get to San Fernando or to get to Mount Hope if they are seriously ill. And I understand that and I support that. And I am General Secretary of the PNM. I'm a PNM senator and I make no bones about that. I support the opening of the Cuba Hospital. So, that does not mean that because the UNC supports that I will say I don't support it.
That's very important.
This is Trinidad and Tobago.
Senator, I have been highlighting the cause of persons who have been contracted out by HGC to do garbage collection and stuff like that. The sanitary, part of HGC, where they will go to all the developments and pick up the garbage and stuff like that, who haven't been paid for 6 months. Some of them haven't been paid for a year. Some of them are on the brink of losing everything. And we need to find out that things like that, like LSA, is now fall under the remit of the Prime Minister, where, Mr. the Honorable Minister Barry Padarat, and they have to release the funds, and the funds are not being released, Senator.
Pastor, that is one that I will withhold commenting on because my family is a business family, yeah?
Okay, all right.
And the family has business interests. Now, I've been persecuted for coming from a business family.
Yeah.
But notwithstanding that, the government should not be using its power and its authority to persecute citizens of this country who continue to work hard, continue to live honest lives. They must feel comfortable to operate in this country, even though the UNC is in government. When I started business back in 1998, you know who the Prime Minister of this country was?
Basdeo
Pandey. Basdeo Pandey. I started my first construction business while the Pandey government was in office, and I was able to succeed. I continued under Mr. Manning. I continued under the first Kamala government. I continued under the return of the PNM. And now, in this country, we have a government in office in the second Kamala government who is determined to victimize and persecute citizens of this country for all the wrong reasons. But as the saying goes, time longer than twine.
Wow. So we still taking your calls? We still taking your calls. Hey, I don't hear no excuse after this, eh? All of you all who just be saying that you don't hear Mr. Cummins, you don't hear this one, you don't hear any political leader, you know, you have Mr. Cummins at your to your leisure now, and nobody don't want to call in again. Nah, man, I don't believe that.
Well, I am always available to you, Pastor. You know
I
that.
know
that. Right. So you feel free. We have given a lot to your listeners tonight.
Yes.
You feel free on any other occasion to call on me, and I will make myself available. In the meantime, pay attention to what I put out on social media because I intend to champion the cause of the young people in this country, moving from community to community.
Okay.
Whether it be Charlottesville to Lance Formey, or whether it be Toko to Point Fortin, or whether it be Debe to Oropuch, Hoover to Shogunas or Shagaramas, I will be throughout Trinidad and Tobago talking to the young people and giving them hope for a brighter future.
I saw you did a video before you leave, Senator, and the video touched me. And I hope that whatever you plan to do, I make myself available. I saw you did a video telling people that that this Christmas will be a rough one for some people. But I hear and I sense in your voice that you have something that you want to unroll to assist persons. I pick up that vibes. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Well, it's a party initiative more than a personal initiative.
Right.
We are going to the welfare committee of the PNM.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be doing its Christmas chair to, I would say our vulnerable community, the needy in the community.
Mm-hmm.
And that will happen at Bali's house. We'll make announcements as we get closer to it. But it really, I felt it because I know a lot of, in particular, single mothers who are struggling and who are working for small wages, using that small salary to pay a rent, to pay utilities, to find a few hundred in there to make some groceries, to send children to school, give them passage, buy uniform. You took that from the family and have now left these women, these single mothers, vulnerable and unable to take care of their family. That cannot be a good government. Cannot be. Because the whole talk about corruption, if they want to address corruption, is not by punishing people.
You can put things in place. You don't just shut down the program. I will support if there are issues of corruption that should be dealt with. But you cannot punish the citizens of this country. You can't. You shouldn't. That is not what you were elected to do, and you just should not do it. And I thought that because we had, on this occasion, a mother as a prime minister, she would understand what it is for a single mother not to be able to feed her children.
We have
But
one last caller.
The politics took priority, and the citizens must suffer.
Let's take this last call. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good night.
Hello, good evening.
Hello. Hello, good night.
Yes, caller, go ahead.
Hello, good night, Pastor Google. Yes, I am a member of the YAP program. Yes, I am a member of the YAP program. You know, Pastor Google, good evening again to you. Good evening to you, Senator Collins. You know, it's very disheartening to know that, you know, you spend 2 years, you know, you sacrifice. Some people would have left their jobs, you know, and would have, you know, would have also, well enough. Senator spoke about that during the program. We also went to other farmers and we had our internship there. And you know, I could tell you for a fact that a lot of us, we worked hard on the, you know, on these farms. Today, my complexion is not the same as Google. I am 2 shades darker because during all 12 o'clock, during the hot sun, me and my other colleagues, we would be toiling on other people's farm, you know, in anticipation that we would one day be on our own land, down at Chatham. And you know, and today, to be not be able to go on our own land and plant and reap is very disheartening. And so, you know, it's very disheartening, and you would see, you know, politicians, you know, they reach, they had a high rise office and they're looking down at we. But it's we who put them there, you know, it's the people that put them there. And it's very hard, you know, as young people to spend, you know, sacrifice all this. Some of us, we never had land. You know, we came from Renton. And now to be told whether we can't go on, that was what was promised to us. That what we worked hard for. It's hard, I'm telling you. I came from Renton. My mother and my father, they never owned. To this day, they're still renting. And I'm a Christian and I believe in praying for those in authority, but I'm telling you, it's hard. You know, because as a Christian, the Bible says pray for those in authority. And yes, I'm not pleased with the situation, but I still, as a Christian, I still have to pray for Madam Kamna Kusabi-Sessa as the Prime Minister. But it's really hard, I'm telling you. Good night, Pastor Google. Good night, Senator.
Yeah. Caller, good night. And you know, Pastor Google and your dad, I'm glad that young man called in.
Yeah, he put the icing on the cake.
Yeah, that is the cry of every student that took part in this program. And sometimes on weekends, while the program was going on and they were on the farm, I would go to visit them. And, you know, to see these young people out there tilling the soil, planting crops, you know, taking part and loving what they're doing, spending all day out on the field, hoping that one day they will get their own land to do their own farming business. And a change of government has dashed their hopes. We have broken them as young people, and it cannot be a good thing. And so I can just appeal to the government and for those in the government who might have a heart, because I know there must be some good people inside there, that they make an appeal to the Prime Minister to give these young people the lands that they work so hard towards.
You know, there's one more young person on the line, Mr. Cummings. I really call it this. You see this youth man? I call it you go and not hear this youth man. This youth man is a foundation caller of this program to let me know that the young people are listening. And you see this young man? I want you to listen to him. Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Pastor Google, good night. Thanks for the opportunity for bringing Mr. Foster Cummins on the show, former senator, right? And good night to your dad. Good night to all the callers, all the viewers. I'm so sorry to hear about the last caller, a young person as myself. But Pastor, I'm going to be long. Mr. Foster Cummins, sir. Good night. Good night.
Good night, caller. Good night.
Thanks for all the initiative programs in the last couple of 5 years that you all started to, institute for young people. I know some of my friends, colleagues down in Point, they reached out into the Chatham programs. As usual, they kind of disappointed what took place, what happening. But what is more hurting to us right now, and Pastor, giving another update, we have gotten no call from, in my ring of circle, no call from the fair program, from the job fair program. Nobody has been called. We have people with business administration degrees, people in the middle of their masters, they're getting no call, and people are getting upset, right? We're just hanging on. Mr. Foster Cummins, sir, I do not know if on your side, if members of your former constituency is getting through, if you know people who went on the ground to, sign up for yes, this is a country.
I can
Yes, we know the
I
government
can
is in
tell you,
charge.
caller, that the call is the cry is the same. A lot of people responded to the government call about this 20,000 jobs and signed up and have heard nothing since then. And I am just hopeful that the government did not offer false hope to these people, these citizens who are hoping for some opportunity to, earn an honest living. I hope that it is not. And, I look forward to hearing from members of the public that they have been contacted and something positive is happening. So, Cole, I understand. It is the same thing everywhere.
Right. We are just letting you know because on the same token, we getting word that this is real disheartening that people are letting go from jobs. So I'll give you an example. Now it's not confirmed, but it's an example that might be taking place. That people like in the HEC, people might be losing their jobs. And what they're doing, they're saying, well, we have advertisement for jobs. And they're going to replace the same people that they fired. But Mr. Foster Cummins, that don't make sense because that means the people who was there before going to be unemployed. Now, if that is confirmed, that is just being hypocrisy. That is my contribution for tonight, sir. And keep up the good job. And great is the PNM. God bless.
Thank you very much. That's a valid point just made by that caller, very intelligent young man. What is happening is that in many state agencies, they are firing persons who have been working there in some cases for decades. At the ministries, they are sending home all the temporary workers. At the ministries, once your contract has expired, they are not renewing the contracts. And therefore, they are using these spaces and then, employing new persons to say they're creating new jobs. They're not creating new jobs. And that is misleading the public. You would have heard this morning the president of the PSA speaking about the delays by the CPO for this 10% discussion. That was a promise of the UNC Junior campaign. They came to the country in the budget and announced that they have instructed the CPO to offer 10% to public servants. There is no allocation in the budget for it. So one understands why the CPO, is delaying the discussions with the PSA. But they all went yellow is the code. So let them understand what yellow is the code means. Yellow is the code means that they will not deliver on the things that they said they would deliver to you. And what they give you in the left hand, they're going to take it back in the right hand.
I don't know it all. I don't know what to say. This is so interesting.
political tricks and gamesmanship.
But I am just glad that you were able to come on tonight, Senator, because at least you see that the young people listening because they're calling in, and
Yes, and I
not
will continue, as I said, to engage them. You continue the great job you're doing, right? This is national service at work. Continue the job you're doing, and we will have message.
Okay.
So don't fight it. Fight it. Once the opportunity presents itself, I think you should continue the work that you are doing wherever God leads you to do it.
You have one last caller. One last caller.
You have had about 10 last callers for the night.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, good evening, Pastor. Good evening to the Senator. Good evening to the listening audience. So, this conversation is a very emotional one for me. Because I was one of the contracted workers under the then Minister, Senator Cummings. And to know that the amount of hard work, the early mornings, the late nights, the weekends, the holidays, all that we would have done to ensure that the youth of Trinidad and Tobago, whether it's in the agri programs, whether it's in the PIKE program, whether it's in the FUSE program, all of the programs throughout the then My DNS, the youth of Trinidad and Tobago had something to resort to, and they're now down the drain. Not only are the trainees the work of the trainees gone down the drain, the work of the employees throughout the ministry have gone down the drain. And there's no way anybody could ever tell me that we win. What we win, I ensure. You understand? Because I am yet to see it. Senator Cummings, we deal with you. We deal with the party. We deal with our political leader. And like you said earlier in the program, before 2030. It didn't have no way to make any full 5 years. Thanks, Pastor. Good night.
The young people talking, Mr. Cummings. You're listening?
It's for the citizens that this government need to understand that our anthem, our national anthem says every creed and race find an equal place. And, they came into office, they dismantled a lot of things. But what hurt me a lot is the way they just dismissed workers. And I met some of the hardest public servants in the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. You see, the caller just said we had a lot of programs going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it required people couldn't work 8 to 4 because we were launching programs, we were registering people, we were graduating people, we were doing field visits, we were doing caravan, we were doing training programs. We were just out there engaging young people. And this required them to work very long hours. This required them to work weekends. And there's nothing like overtime. Whatever their salary was for the month, that was their salary, and they had to put in the time, and we couldn't force them. So a lot of it had to be out of their desire to serve the country and the young people. And trust me, they came out on a Saturday, on a Sunday, on an evening, and this government just terminated them and sent them home. I feel it for them, and we just have to pray that things will improve in this country. Because this is not the way to govern a country.
So, Minister, before you go, were they being paid a stipend?
Yes.
The workers had their salary pegged to whatever the public service pays, but they were temporary. So when the government came in, the government fired them. The trainees, most of the programs that we put out there involved a stipend. Some did not, but most of the programs did involve a stipend. And the young people, while they were training, they got a stipend to be able to help them to travel to the program and probably purchase a lunch or something like that.
It's a terrible loss. But
so we have lost as a country because you have a government boasting about turning Trinidad and Tobago into Dubai, but at the same time firing citizens and sending them home to starve. That just does not make any sense and it cannot add up. And we pray for better days ahead.
Thank you very much again, Senator, for being with us on
Thank you for
Constructive
inviting
Talk.
me. And keep on doing the great job you're doing. And you and your father keep on doing your spiritual work as well.
Yes.
Because, with God, all things are possible. And we just have to keep praying for Trinidad and Tobago.
Thanks very much for the blessing.
Okay?
Thank you very
You all
much.
have a blessed night.
Thank you.
Same
Same
to
to
you.
you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Wow. Dad, we had to say.
Well, it was very enlightening to hear him expand on the program and it brought a lot of information to me as to what was really taking place. And to hear the cries of those young people, that was really hard to hear the young people call on. The young lady spoke about the early morning hours and working late into the night. And would you say, Pastor, that most of these people in the minister's program would have been of African descent?
Of course.
Okay. And to see them farming and planting and getting the seedlings and that was it was one of the program my wife always talked about. She was very, very, very much in support of that particular program. She kept saying to me, Foster is doing such a great job. I looked at the program, the 18 to 35-year age group and all of that. And a lot of people, even if the UNC lasts for 5 years, a lot of those people will be 5 years older. So a lot of critical time would have been lost. 5 years is a lot. A 35-year-old would be 40, So it's a terrible loss. And hopefully this government will last until 2030. And we get a call election ready so this program, because I am worried that 5 years is a lot of time. And to restart that program, the soil would be overgrown, and to get back the motivation to go back out there, and then they're wondering how long the PNM would last. And we just really have to do enough work. I always say PNM needs about 25 straight years in office for this country to develop. 25, you see, that's 5 on, 5 off, 5, 10, 5, 5, 10, 15, 10, 5. We're not going anywhere with that. We're not going anywhere with that. All right? 5, then 10, then a 5. No. Because it's one step forward, 2 steps back. Now, I'm hearing the minister saying tonight that there's talk among the UNC to build a prison.
You don't know that?
Another prison?
Yes.
They started one next to Golden Grove there. They put one giant fence running almost to Maloney. Waste millions of dollars. And now they're going to start another one in the East-West corridor.
So you don't know that?
No. I the first time I hear that. When are they going to build this prison, all of you? So I don't know.
Sorry to laugh, but earlier. Anyway, so Dad, you see what's happening in Trinidad, right? You see what's going on?
Right.
Are you aware of what's happening?
Yeah.
You sure?
Try to keep up on. Yeah.
Well, let me play for your partner, Alexander. I want you to listen to this news clip, Dad. Listen to this news clip. And yeah, I never, you see me? If ever I song are looking so, give me a clout, call me call me and talk to me, please.
Yeah.
Do not leave me unto myself. Looking like this, because I don't know what's going on here. This is a big man, you know. Big in size, and he's supposed to be a man in the 50s.
I just finished pen a letter to him on behalf of my clients, and I'm very worried whether he will understand what I wrote. Just finished writing him here.
Dad, listen to this man. Listen to this man, Dad. I don't know now, boy. Trinidad and Tobago, wake up, you know.
Welcome back with reports of 2 U.S. warships in the country's territorial waters and in the region. Homeland Security Minister Roger Alexander says traffickers are running scared.
While admitting he was unaware of the presence of 2 ships seen by international media in the Gulf of Paria, he is thankful for the presence of the U.S. Jensen Levent has more in this report.
Homeland Security Minister Roger Alexander says the presence of the U.S. in the region has stemmed the free flow of traffickers to the country.
The presence of, I can tell you.
CNC3 News spoke to Alexander outside the Immigration Detention Center. He adds that while he is thankful for their presence, he is unaware of any warships in the country's territorial waters amidst international reports highlighting 2 warships in the Gulf of Paria.
I have seen no ship. Nobody have sent any ship to me. So the only way I can answer that is I have no idea if there's a ship there. You see? If I saw a ship there and you see me present, then you ask me about the ship.
But the Prime Minister is confirming that there are warships in our waters and they are part of an ongoing military presence of U.S. war machines in the region since September, targeting what the U.S. said is narco-terrorists. Many have condemned the narco strikes as extrajudicial killings. In a WhatsApp response to CNC3 News, Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar says during the training, which is expected to end on Friday, there will be ships and aircraft in and out of the country. When asked about Alexander's uncertainty about the ships, the Prime Minister called him a disciplined minister who follows the chain of command. Former National Security Minister and former captain in the Defence Force, Gary Griffith, says the warships must have had permission.
I want to hear Gary. Gary, I want to hear Gary. Dad.
Yes, hello?
Dad, you hear that?
What really going on?
You hear Xander?
The man made 2 clearly contradictory statements. He's saying that he's happy for the presence, you know. The presence of the United States in the region because of the presence of these ships, people are hesitant to bring in guns and drugs. Then he says there's no ship.
Then the Prime Minister says, basically, he don't know nothing. That's what she said, basically, you know. Yeah, well, Alexander, they ain't telling he nothing. Really?
No, Maduro said that, you know. Maduro said President Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, said that this prime minister is doing a lot of things behind the back of the country. As a serious statement. Alexander doesn't know what he's talking about. He's saying there is ships, then he's saying there is no ship. Then he's saying he's glad for the presence of the ships. Then he's saying nobody sent a ship to him. What?
Then he said, if I was on a ship, then I could understand you asking me about the ship. Well, let me play it again. No. Let me play it one more time. Let me play it one more time, Dad. Let me play it one more time. I don't believe that. Let me play it one more time. Only listen to this. Listen to the Minister of Homeland Security. And I want you to take note of what the Prime Minister have to say about him. Take a listen.
Welcome back. With reports of 2 U.S. warships in the country's territorial waters and in the region, Homeland Security Minister Roger Alexander says traffickers are running scared.
While admitting he was unaware of the presence of 2 ships seen by international media in the Gulf of Paria, he is thankful for the presence of the U.S. Jensen Levent has more in this report.
Homeland Security Minister Roger Alexander says the presence of the U.S. in the region has stemmed the free flow of traffickers to the country.
The presence of the United States in international waters continues to benefit the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because now persons are hesitating, or there's great hesitation in persons bringing in guns, illegal drugs, and performing this act of human trafficking. That's much I can tell you.
Dad.
Yes.
Let us talk about what he just said. He said that people are running scared. So there is no more guns coming in and there is no more human trafficking taking place. One, when Mr. Fitzgerald Hines and they were in government and we had another commissioner of police, what did they tell Mr. Hines? That the guns that are coming in Trinidad and Tobago are coming in through legal means. Last week, Mr. Alexander said to Trinidad and Tobago at a security conference that people are bringing in guns in toasters, in different appliances which are coming in through legal ports. How all of a sudden now? You see, he just repeating, he's a parrot. He repeating what he hearing in cabinet of his colleagues saying.
No, I think what is even more important is what Kamala said about him.
Well, we will talk about that. We will talk about that. But what you have to say about what he just said?
Yeah, well, he is not in the know. He isn't aware of what is going on. And I believe he is deliberately being kept in the dark because of his inept way and his lack of understanding. I don't want to use the word dunce, but I believe that Kamala is fully aware that she made a terrible and colossal mistake in giving this man this particular portfolio. He cannot explain himself. He doesn't understand the job. He doesn't know what he's doing. That is evident. He's a national proverb now. I saw little children, 6 years old and 8 years old, and they're being used by their parents to make fun of the Minister of Homeland Security. He can't speak. He can't articulate himself. I believe he may have some problems reading, right? It may have some dyslexia going on there. I don't know. A little child was recommending that he takes lessons in Alta. And I believe it has come to the attention of the Prime Minister that she has to do something about it, but she's embarrassed. And so he is in the dark. He's just holding on to the name of Minister of Homeland Security, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. That is evident.
Okay, let's continue to listen to Zanda.
CNC3 News spoke to Alexander outside the Immigration Detention Center. He adds that while he is thankful for their presence, he is unaware of any warships in the country's territorial waters, amidst international reports highlighting 2 warships in the Gulf of Paria.
I have seen no ship. Nobody have sent any ship to me. So the only way I can answer that is I have no idea if there's a ship there. You see?
So tell me something. The U.S. military was supposed to send a ship to him.
Look, listen, nobody has sent a ship to me, you know. That's what the man say, like? Nah. Nobody has sent a ship to me, you know. What kind what is that? Oh Lord, tears in my eyes, yes? Tears in my eyes, you know. No one has sent a ship to me. I'm calling on the authorities of the U.S. military and the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump. Please send a ship. Please send a ship for Alexander. Put him on that ship and take him out of here.
Oh, man. No.
No one has sent a ship. Could you please, the U.S. military, please send a ship to Mr. Alexander?
He played it again. He played it again. Listen, Trinidad Tobago. Listen to all your.
To Alexander outside the Immigration Detention Center. He adds that while he is thankful for their presence, he is unaware of any warships in the country's territorial waters, amidst international reports highlighting 2 warships in the Gulf of Paria.
I have seen no ship. Nobody have sent any ship to me. So the only way I can answer that is I have no idea if there's a ship there. You see? If I saw a ship there and you see me present, then you ask me about the ship.
But the Prime Minister is confirming that there are warships in our waters and they are part of an ongoing military presence of U.S. war machines in the region since September, targeting what the U.S. said is narco-terrorists. Many have condemned the narco strikes as extrajudicial killings. In a WhatsApp response to CNC3 News, Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar says during the training, which is expected to end on Friday, there will be ships and aircraft in and out of the country. When asked about Alexander's uncertainty about the ships, the Prime Minister called him a disciplined minister who follows the chain of command.
Oh, gosh, listen. I don't think Trinidad and Tobago, you all understand the utter confusion that I just heard there played to me. The man said, I have seen no ship, singular. If you see a ship, you can tell me about the ship. But I have seen no ship. However, I am thankful for the presence of the U.S. So how are they present here? They're in the air? They're on ships. You can't be thankful for the presence. You can't be thankful for the presence. Because I said that on your program last week. I said this dip in crime that the Commissioner of Police and Alexander and Sturgeon, all these clowns talking about is because the US doing whatever they're doing. And when the US pack up and leave, which they will, and sooner than later, when they pack up and leave, then we can expect a surge in crime again. And this time around, it will be very, very, very dread. Because if crime is done because the US is here, then the government doesn't have a plan for crime. The crime plan is the US here. But the Minister of Homeland Security is saying, I have seen no ship. Now, if he hasn't seen a ship, it gave me worried that probably there are no ship. But he ain't seen none. And he's telling Jensen Levin, Mr. Levin, if you see a ship, come and tell me about the ship. And show me the ship. Then you can ask me about the ship. But I have seen no ship. I don't know anything about any ship. But I'm thankful for the presence of the US here.
But you hear the proper English when he said, there? I haven't seen any ship there.
I haven't seen any ship.
Yeah. Wow. The Prime Minister said he's a disciplined minister. But how can he be disciplined
Who does what?
But how can he be disciplined? How can he be a disciplined minister when he don't even know His ministry supposed to be the ministry that giving we the information about the ships.
Right. And she says he's disciplined because he follows the chain of command. Do you know what she's implying there? She's implying there?
Tell me.
The minister, she told Jensen, when asked, I'm repeating what Jensen said, right? Jensen said when the Prime Minister was asked about the minister's lack of knowledge about the ships, she didn't address that. All she said is he is a disciplined minister who follows the chain of command. Look at that statement. By implication, she is saying that man is incompetent. He doesn't know what he's doing. And we are telling him bit by bit, incrementally, what to say and how to operate. But he has no responsibilities. I believe there's a secret Minister of Homeland Security with some kind of sense or knowledge who is handling the affairs of that ministry, and she's just keeping Alexander there as a figurehead for the people to see.
You know,
he follows the chain of command. He follows. He's not a leader. He follows. He's not a leader. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying now, Dad.
He does not be competent, so she's that's an insult, you know.
Yes.
Where's the chain of command that he is following? That means the chain of command is not him. And that puts all of us in danger because you're talking about Homeland Security.
Wow.
I wrote a letter to him tonight. I have the letter here addressed to the Minister of Homeland Security, the Honorable Minister Roger Alexander, MP, right? Numbers 52 to 60. Look at right here in front of me. And I'm addressing a passport issue my clients are having. And then I come on the program and then you play this for me. And now I'm very seriously concerned as to whether the minister will understand this. I'll have to copy this letter to people within his ministry who I believe competent enough to deal with this, including the ombudsman, because I don't know if the minister could open a letter and read it and understand it.
I want to highlight something else that jumped out at me in the news. We sticking with the same America, and we sticking with the same issues that are happening in Trinidad and Tobago. All right? And you see, this government playing us for fools and playing games, Dad. They're taking us for fools and they're playing games. You want to hear why? This morning, I was listening to our morning show. Right? I try to listen to them sometimes. I can't take them sometimes, but sometimes I have to listen. And this morning, one of the host on the show brought to our attention something that jumped out at him. You want to know is that?
We're talking about that. You're talking about Drama Wednesdays?
No, Dale and Tony.
Oh, Dale and Tony. Okay.
Listen to what they were talking about this morning. Take a listen at that. Callers, we coming to the calls just now. I see they're ringing down the phone, boy. Take a listen to this, Dad.
Folks, I have been checking something here. On Monday, there was a glaring headline: U.S. tariff relief for Trinidad and Tobago. So I read the story, and allow me to read it because, based on what I'm being told, Trinidad and Tobago wasn't singled out for any tariff relief. So the headline was U.S. tariff relief for Trinidad and Tobago. And the story says, let me read it, that where the hell is it going? I just had it here. Am I losing it or what? Hold, folks, give me a minute. I want to back it up. Here it is.
Oh.
The story was written in the Express on Monday. The headline in the Express was U.S. tariff relief for Trinidad and Tobago. And you got the distinct impression
from the headline
that the U.S. tariff relief was singular, meaning was for Trinidad and Tobago. And when I read the story, people said, business people, everybody said, well, this is fantastic. Trinidad and Tobago has gotten relief and so on. So quickly, Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar is being lauded for her role in persuading the United States to remove reciprocal tariffs for several agricultural exports, particularly imported nitrogen and phosphate fertilizers destined for the United States market. The Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs announced via a media release yesterday, U.S. President Donald Trump signed an executive order to modify the scope of reciprocal tariffs under the U.S. tariff regime. The release also underscored the crucial role of Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar in collaboration with the ministry in pursuing sustained high-level diplomacy with the United States to secure relief for Trinidad and Tobago exporters. Trade Minister Kamal Maraj joined in praising the Prime Minister, saying in a social media post, when the United States imposed 15% tariffs on our exports of methanol, ammonia, and urea products that entered from Russia and Canada at zero duty, posed a serious threat to our economy and our largest trading relationship. The Prime Minister intervened personally. She lobbied relentlessly for tariffs to be removed and for a level playing field to be restored. She even traveled by train to Washington
to meet with Rubio,
to raise the matter directly with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. The decision to lift the tariffs is a direct result of her intervention. This is what world-class leadership looks like when a leader puts country before comfort and people before politics. But lo and behold, I am reading this here. Have a little patience. As follows. A report by Mufla Hadayat of 2 days ago. Headline, U.S. removes import tariffs on most fertilizer products. And as follows, the United States has implemented a comprehensive elimination of import duties on essential agricultural nutrients, making a pivotal shift in trade policy that directly impacts farming operations nationwide. And then, to skip some of it, they're talking about fertilizer prices and tariff elimination. And then it goes down to this. Which countries benefit most from the tariff removal? And let me read this now. The policy reversal primarily benefits major fertilizer exporting nations that had previously redirected their products to alternative markets during the tariff period. Countries with established production capacity and existing relationships with United States importers are positioned to compete more effectively for American market share. The major beneficiary regions of the tariff removal are Middle Eastern producers with substantial urea and ammonia capacity, North African suppliers specializing in phosphate products, Caribbean and Latin American exporters, and European manufacturers with diversified product portfolios.
So this wasn't a Trinidad and Tobago thing.
Folks, those of you listening, were you not of the opinion that these headlines that we read on Monday, where the United States removed tariffs on our agricultural, did you not get the impression this was singular?
Yes.
Well, according to this report, It's not Trinidad and Tobago alone. North African suppliers, Latin American supporters, European manufacturers, and Middle Eastern producers. I hope this information is incorrect, but this is widely reported in India.
Yeah, so this,
you hear that, Dad?
Yes, I said yes already.
Oh, Dad. Hello?
Yeah, hello? Yeah.
You hear that?
Yes, I heard what they said. I read the article. But I never got the impression that that was any work of high-level diplomacy by Kamala. I never bought that. Because I read international news. I read 15 different sets of international news every single day. BBC, CNN, MSNBC, ABC. I read all. Fox News. And then I go on Russian News Network. I read all the local news. I read Newsday. I read Express. I read Guardian. I read 15 different news, about 3 or 4 local and about 12 international. Every single day and more than once. And when I read that article, I said, let me see what's the international spin on this. And that second article that he's talking about there from international media, I said, but Kamala lying. Kamala is taking credit for something that was done across the board. Several nations benefited from it. And the spin the media is giving it that she is this high-level diplomat who is looking out for the interests of Trinidad and Tobago and who was able to get into these high-level diplomatic talks with Marco Rubio and was able to come out with a deal, a winning deal for Trinidad and Tobago. But when I read international news, I realized she was just taking that story and pulling out the benefit that we would get as one of the several Caribbean countries that would benefit, who export those types of products, phosphate and all that type of thing, and trying to take credit for it, which is what the UNC, they have mastered the art of spin.
Well, take a listen to this. Take a listen to this one. Bye.
Energy Minister Dr. Rudal Munilal is hailing the removal of U.S. import tariffs on nitrogen fertilizers such as ammonia and urea as a game-changing development for Trinidad and Tobago. Earlier this year, exports of those items faced tariffs of up to 15%. On November 14th, those duties were eliminated following an order by the U.S. government. Dr. Munilal explains what this means for the country's energy sector.
This move not only secures one of Trinidad and Tobago's most important foreign exchange earnings industries, but also reinforces our country's position as a reliable supplier within the global fertilizer supply chains.
On a broader level, the Energy Minister says it strengthens Trinidad and Tobago's exports, underscoring that the nation's natural gas-based fertilizer production remains competitive and critical to key international markets, including one of TNT's most valued trading partners, the United States. However, opposition MP Stuart Young is accusing the government of misleading citizens over the removal of the tariffs. He says the decision by the United States had nothing to do with the Trinidad and Tobago government.
The continued shutdown of nutrients plants is negatively affecting our country's reputation, our revenues, jobs, and even other industries and businesses.
Young is accusing the government of glaring incompetence, which he says is harming the country.
You hear that? You hear that, Dad?
Yes, I heard it. I heard it 100%. And you remember, I don't know if you read the article where Mr. Gerard Ramdeen was accused of going into the board, going into this nutrient thing board there, and lambasting the people and telling them, you see, what I've been saying ever since has come to pass. This government is mimicking the U.S. government. They are mimicking Trump's style of governance. Trump got into office, he began firing people. Kamala is doing the same thing. Right? Everything Trump is doing, immigration policy, she's trying to do the same thing here.
with the Immigration Detention Center and identifying Venezuelans by how they look on the street. She doesn't have a plan for governance. A plan for governance is to mimic Trump. And when Mr. Jared Ramdeen went in on that board, there was a report that said he lambasted the board and was telling them how they've been benefiting from low rates and low taxes over the years, and that has to change and they have to pay more and all of that. And it was taken up by Stuart Young. There was a big stink over it, and I think he was hauled over the coals by the Prime Minister for his behavior, given that the report was true, with the board. And then Nutrient said, well, we have no choice but to shut down here. So I think they've been looking for some kind of redemption with this whole thing, and I never bought into that story, that was any big high-level diplomatic move by Kamala Persad-Bissessar. They always doing that, taking credit for nothing. You remember when they just got into office that Dr. Rudolph Munilal said they would be looking at getting oil from Suriname?
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we go Suriname and where's
Grenada.
Suriname and I think
Grenada.
Right?
And the Grenada Prime Minister say, we have oil? I didn't know we have oil.
Yeah, but yeah, we done. Keep oil there.
Yeah, this now. I'm watching what going on with the PSA president. But before we reach to the PSA president, you heard what the chairman of HDC called the workers? I see tonight he tried to backtrack it and say he didn't mean, or he didn't say the workers. He said HDC, the company. But did you hear what he said, Dad?
No, enlighten me.
I will play it. I don't like to me, I want to say what people say. I like to play what the reporters say they say.
Right.
Yeah, nah. These people disrespectful, These people are very disrespectful. And Trinidad and Tobago, I don't know if we sleeping or what it is, but I saw a guy saying that we under a spell. I'm gonna play it for you now. Something wrong. Something is wrong, Dad. If Dr. Rowley had done this, trust me, or anybody had said this in the PNM, man, take a listen to this, Dad. Take a listen to this.
Service Association is calling for the reinstatement of 26 HEC workers whose contracts were not renewed, but HEC's chairman described them as surplus to requirements.
Feroz Khan likened the HEC to a sick cow burdened by ticks, saying that reducing what he sees as a bloated workforce is necessary to give the organization a chance to recover financially.
Service Association is calling for the reinstatement of 26 HEC workers whose contracts were not renewed, but HEC's chairman described them as surplus to requirements.
Feroz Khan likened the HEC to a sick cow burdened by ticks, saying that reducing what he sees as a bloated workforce is necessary to give the organization a chance to recover financially. The workers were assigned to the HEC's subsidiary Construction Company Limited. CNC3 News understands that although their contracts had expired, many were informally assured they would be renewed. The PSA's Felicia Thomas said she was shocked by the move and will be asking this week for the workers to be reinstated. But Khan said when the CCL was formed, there were 13 people originally assigned. However, it ballooned to 68. He could not say if more workers will follow suit. However, he did say that the CCL was ineffective and the HEC lost $700 million last year. As a result, he said decisions must be made to ensure its sustainability.
Threatened over 500 jobs in HDC. That is how they take care of you. Brothers and sisters, there is sun on the horizon. threaten over 500 jobs in HDC. That is how they take care of you. Brothers and sisters, there is sun on the horizon.
Doctor.
Right. So I read this afternoon. And I saw the comment of the surplus requirements. But I'm now hearing for the first time about him likening it to a cow burden with ticks. Right? I just heard that for the first time. But I read this afternoon about the surplus requirements. I also read where Felicia Thomas said she will ask about the reinstatement. And I read some of the comments on that, and they would say instead of her worrying about reinstatement, let her focus on getting the 10% for the 65,000 public servants for the Christmas and all that, and I threw in my 2 cents for that. So, yes, I'm hearing for the first time that comment of a cow burden with ticks. The HDC chairman presently is who? Who is the HDC
I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but I know Arnold Roberts is a minister in the Ministry of Housing. I also know that the other Alexander, what is he?
He's a junior minister.
He's a junior minister in the Minister of Housing. So the Minister of Housing will be Lee, right?
David Lee's the minister.
Who is the chairman of the board?
I'll find out that. I can't remember his name right. I'm sure somebody on the live will tell me who is his name.
Yeah, that would be a political appointee.
So yeah, it is.
He is the one who is making the statement. So this is not a statement made by the minister, David Lee. This is not a statement made by the junior minister, Philip Alexander. This is not a statement made by Minister in the Ministry of Housing, Anil Roberts. This is a chairman who is a political appointee who would have come on the board and is making a statement and saying that there are surplus requirements, meaning they aren't necessary. That is what that means. And like when the HDC to sick cow burdened with ticks or parasites. Ticks are parasites. I have to find out who's the name of that person, who's the chairman of the HGC, who would make such a statement. You see? Do you have callers?
Faraz Khan.
Oh, Faraz Khan. Okay.
Faraz Khan is his name.
Yeah, I'll do some research on it. That name sounding very familiar. That name is sounding very familiar to something that had to do with the Shagwana's development. The Shagwana's development. That name, that Faraz Khan, sounding very familiar to something.
Did in the news item you heard what the chairman said? How much people he said was employed? 60 something?
Yes.
Right. I want you to listen to this. Take a listen to this.
All right. Mm-hmm.
But you see me and these games with these politicians are fed up.
Save for that one, and we will start all the new projects. I was told yesterday by Minister Lee what the target is by Christmas. I tell him, well, if we hit that target, we got to put a picture of you with a Santa Claus hat, because there's some big numbers of houses that both he and the Prime Minister have agreed that's the target that we want to hit in our first year, and it's doable.
You're willing to tell us about the target? Why are you so cagey this morning, Mr.
It's
Minister?
not about being cagey.
This is not like Philip Edward Alexander.
No, it's not that. As you see, what is my information to give? You can hit all. But I think that we will be giving away in excess of 600 houses.
By Christmas?
By Christmas.
All right.
So that's more than 10% of the whole delivery of the last administration in 10 years.
Yeah.
And that will be a massive, and to start with those kind of numbers. But it requires finishing a lot of work that are in various stages of completion. But the public, we have so many people desperate to get shelter.
600 houses by Christmas. You think it possible?
No, it's not happening. The government hasn't delivered on anything they promised so far. That.
But I want to play for you. I really wanted to play for you the clip with him talking about how much persons were hired and how the Prime Minister tell them. Anyway, let's take some calls. I will play that clip just now. I want to get the callers involved in the conversation. The number to call is 464-7003. 464-7003. We're taking your calls. Constructive Talk this evening with me, Pastor Google, and my dad. Let's take this call. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Good night. Good evening. I'm giving to your dad. Yeah, Pastor Google. So, let me get this straight, right? The gentleman described the people as texted. Hello? Yeah, he described the people as texts. So, okay, so we call Oreos, Black Man, grass cutters. So we are now ticks. But see how we compare HEC now, like a cow. So if it is what is true, I just remember Mr. Ferris Khan, and I think that name is very familiar. A cow, in the eyes of a Hindu, is a sacred animal, and it is associated with wealth. And the ticks are parasites. So what are trying? So what is that person alluding to? That HEC is a sacred cow, and you must remove the parasites, which is the ticks. That is how I see it. And by the way, I want to ask a pastor on you. Anybody experienced the so-called tremors last night? Because I will tell you something.
Yes, I didn't. What is that?
Well, I will tell you something. This is my humble opinion. Them earthquakes wasn't natural at all. That's how I see it. It's not natural. Okay? But I remember Mr. Vladimir Putin from Russia says that they have bombs that could create 1,200-foot tsunamis. So I don't know. But them quakes, something was off about those tremors. You have a good night.
Yeah, I heard people on social media commenting on
okay.
the tremors and saying it artificially induced earthquakes. Well, I heard the caller talk about the Hindus and the cow is sacred to them and the Texas being parasitic and all of that. But if I'm going to go by Mr. Khan's last name, Feroz Khan, that would be Muslim.
Yeah, that's a Muslim name.
Yes, so the cow wouldn't really mean anything.
Sacred to him.
So, I wouldn't really take the analogy that far, but the ticks, you know.
Yeah, the ticks is kind of ticking me off.
Yeah,
the ticks ticking me off. Hello, good evening, caller.
Hi, good afternoon, Pastor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, to that also. Yeah, Pastor. Mr. Alexander already know that he is out. He's out the inner circle. He's no longer in the inner circle. He knows that. Because if you hear what she said about him, and if you observe anything serious to do with the Ministry of Homeland Security, it is now the portfolio of John Jeremy. Anything serious with more or less have anything to do with a ministry. Anything serious is John Jeremy that's read it. Not he. So he understand. He already understand. He already in a circle. He just shame. I don't know if it's shame or what, but he done already in a circle. So I saying anything. I'm watching that column. Column answer. He already know he already in a circle. So more or less, when I father and you have a laugh because the first time you hear about them shifts is when the put ask him because he don't know nothing. Anyway, that being said, I will not say anything about Miss Thomas because she put done file of dumb shit already. So I wouldn't not say anything about she. But however, I can't understand that statement by the chairman of HBC. I don't understand that statement at all. I don't know. I don't know why would he see it fit to talk about workers and citizens like in that kind of manner. Apparently for this government, because there were 4 or 5 people in that government come from the labor background. So apparently once you're not paying dues, once you don't pay dues, there's collateral damage and now there's ticks and parasite because you don't pay dues. Because if was anyone who paying dues, you are here while they're making noise. Look at people in down south in politics going home. You ain't seen answers for nothing. I guess they must collateral damage of all the parasite or ticks. Simply because they're probably contract workers, temporary workers, and they don't pay dues. So once you don't pay dues, as a worker in this country, Roche and them, and all the top unions, don't see fit to come and say anything for you to go on dead, and then look here. That being said, I take up too much of the time, I will make some space up. But Mr. Alexander already knows he's just a shell. He's out of the inner circle. He doesn't have any conversation when he talk, if they have talk at all. I just think he even wanted to chat because he totally out of the loop. You can see when I can see that. Anyhow, no problem. Listen, I'm going.
All right.
Yeah.
You want to see the man out the loop?
Yeah, he's out of the inner circle, and he made a good observation there when he said that the Minister of National Security is taking up the slack for him. I saw that in certain statements made by the Minister of National Security that he was batting for Mr. Alexander.
The Minister of, you mean the Attorney General?
The Attorney General, sorry, the Attorney General. Yeah, he made a good observation. I realized that too. In certain statements, the AG was making out saying, but is Alexander supposed to be saying that?
Yeah.
Was I just supposed to be saying that? Then I realized that she realized that he's incompetent and he's an embarrassment to the government. And she told the Attorney General to, handle things handle Mr. Alexander's portfolio. So he's just an empty shell, as the caller said. To me, I don't know if he'll last the next 5 years going through that because he's a national embarrassment now. He's a joke. He's an object of ridicule. He's a proverb. The young people are making fun of him. I like street creds, little things where he does pose there, street cred muscles is trouble, yes. But that is not good. That is not good look. That is not good look. And it's not him alone, And Minister Roberts, he's making a separate scandal, and I read today where he's being encouraged to launch an investigation. I don't know, somebody going and get paid with that. I don't know what they have with the opposition party who's running against Ralph Gonsalves in SVG. I don't know why this government is so supportive of the opposition party in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I have to do some research into that. Something is up there. And I am guessing that because Dr. Ralph Gonsalves is against the U.S. military presence in international waters just outside of Venezuela, because he's not in support of that, that has angered the United States and the United States military, because St. Vincent and the Grenadines is of strategic geographical importance to them if they decide to strike. And they won't have his support, and they want it. So I believe that they have colluded with this government. It's just a theory to attack Dr. Ralph Gonsalves. Elections coming up just now, get him out of office, and put the opposition party in power who would be friendly to the US and say, yes, you are also welcomed in the waters of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the event of a strike against Venezuela. That's my own conspiracy theory. It's very strange. Very strange that Mr. Roberts is getting the support now of the Prime Minister to launch an investigation into Andrew Donald, and they're supporting him as a former Home Minister.
All right. And Mr. Call there, I was supposed to take that call, but caller, you could call back. Caller, you could call back 464-7003. 464-7003. Yep. That's the number you can call. I found the video I really wanted to play. So we holding the government 600 homes by Christmas. Just like how they were giving.
10% for public servants.
Just like how the 10% for public servants too.
Yeah, have it out for Felicia. Have it out for Sister Felicia. 10% by Christmas for Sister Felicia.
Yeah, she done give up on that already. Brad Manning makes she look like a fool. Brad
like
tell she.
I don't want to say it. I'm feeling it for my sister, mate.
Brand tell her. Brand said to her, hey, sister, you have nothing to get in.
She don't like Brian at all.
Yeah, because you just tell her the truth.
Yeah, she don't like Brian Manning at all. Manning lay her to the dust, boy. Take her to the cleaners and she have it out for him.
Yeah.
So she won that 10% to prove him wrong, but it ain't coming. It ain't forthcoming.
Bad.
Listen, yeah, they said entering into negotiations could take the next 10 years. The next 5 years. She go ahead and play with this government.
Let me take this voice note.
Pastor Google, bottom line is Alexander is a window dresser. He time short. He just a frame as Homeland Security. He's just a frame there. Pastor Google, bottom line is Alexander is a window dresser. He time short. He just a frame as Homeland Security. He's just a frame there.
Call him man a frame, you know. These callers are them. These callers.
No pains at all, just a window.
Yeah, boy. Man, it's a window dresser, boy. Window dresser. Wow.
Yeah, that level embarrassment.
Yeah, boy. Come on, better than that. Tuna Puna, upo we in this, you know.
Yeah, boy, Puna, boy.
Puna we in this. I want you to listen to Philip Alexander again. Listen to this recording of Philip Alexander with Marlon Hopkinson.
Another one?
I don't know if I can even ask for an assessment, but how far you feel that the government is along?
We're very far along. The Prime Minister sent a message to all of us. Find jobs. Look at in your ministries where there are vacancies. You would see ministries publishing daily education, healthcare, housing. We've been putting out job vacancies for people to try and absorb as many as possible. But I want to ask a question. Why do we have so many people unemployed on make-work schemes in Trinidad and Tobago, and we have 150,000 Venezuelans living here? So they're doing well, they're prospering, they're living, so obviously they're working. So our 12, 15,000 people that in these make-work schemes and stuff obviously been pushed out. In the Ministry of Housing, I said this in the Senate, in the months leading up to the election, government ministers instructed the person responsible for estate management to hire 600 people. Where? He said, where? They said, find the work. So he find work for them. They come back a week later and tell him it's not 600, it's 2,300.
You hear that? And that?
Yes, I heard what he said, man. Trying to put it
I'm putting it into context here. I played a news article for you just now where HGC sent home workers The chairman said it was 60 workers that the government, the past government, hired. Right? Who is the parasites? Who is we call them
ticks.
On a sick cow.
On a sick cow, yeah.
That's what we call them. He said 60. Philip Alexander say how much?
Well, I hear him not 600, 2,300, he said.
Okay. All right. Let me listen to him again. Only listen now. Listen to how they exaggerate things. Listen to how he exaggerate things. Listen. Drama queen, I just call them.
Don't know if I can even ask for an assessment, but how far you feel that the government is along?
We're very far along. The Prime Minister sent a message to all of us. Find jobs. Look at in your ministries where there are vacancies. You would see ministries publishing daily education, healthcare, housing. We've been putting out job vacancies for people.
You heard what he just said? That the Prime Minister said to them, find jobs for the people. That's what he said, right? He said the Ministry of Housing, the Ministry of Education, the ministry, all the different ministries. He made sure and mentioned the Ministry of Housing. But to listen to own people?
Yeah.
That's an oxymoron.
It's an oxymoron because you have people coming down to Cuba, right, to sign up for 20,000 jobs. When the people show up now, you have no jobs to offer them. You think the people sign up, take their phone number, tell them you'll call them, and now you're telling all the ministries to find jobs. So there was never that, those 20,000 jobs never existed. And when I saw those people dressing, right, and taking the taxi and traveling down early in the morning, especially people living on the East-West corridor to go down south, and I had to travel and take taxi and bus and maxi to go down there to join a long line. You know what it reminded me of?
Colony Orange.
Colony Orange. A big public relations blitz. So the cameras will come and people line up. The US always does that. They always do that.
So let me listen. I want you to listen to him, you know. And that's the problem with this country. People don't listen. They don't listen, you know. They just hear, but they don't listen. Take a listen, Dad, to what he had to say.
To try and absorb as many as possible. But I want to ask a question. Why do we have so many people unemployed on make-work schemes in Trinidad and Tobago, and we have 150,000 Venezuelans living here? So they're doing well, they're prospering, they're living, so obviously they're working. So our 12, 15,000 people that in these make-work schemes and stuff, obviously been pushed out. In the Ministry of Housing, I said this in the Senate, in the months leading up to the election, government ministers instructed the person responsible for estate management to hire 600 people. Where? He said, where? They said, find the work. So he find work for them. They come back a week later and tell him it's not 600, it's 2,300. And he said, but there's no material, there are no tools, there are no jobs for them. Pay them. We come into office with these 2,300 people having been employed by the HDC and the Ministry of Housing, and no money to pay them. They didn't have money to vote for them, and we had to find that. Minister Lee convened the management of the HDC and said, no matter what, you all hire these people, we have to pay these people.
You hear that, right?
Yeah, I always say. I don't really take Philip Alexander seriously, but I don't know what he said. I don't take him seriously at all. The Prime Minister said, and the Prime Minister said, and the Prime Minister said. after you open his mouth and talk about India going and drop nuclear weapons on Venezuela and Kamala hold him over the coals, he just be holding to her. I see a reporter ask him a question, he entered into parliament. And Mr. Alexander, what are your views? And he said whatever the Prime Minister said, and he walk off.
Yeah,
So
let's take this call.
Minister who said the Prime... Yes, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, caller.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, Pastor. Good evening, Dad.
Good evening.
Good evening to the Dad. Pastor Guru.
Hello?
Hi, Dad. Good evening. Pastor Guru.
Yes.
I said to you say no, they will leave south and they will not east west corridor. Very, very fair. It stayed on south deck. They go no further than this. But Philip telling you, so you have to send them home. You say find the money and keep asking them, they say they will find the money, so I ask them, tell me which part in tongue you can find it. Well, Philip like he find for the last month, but he couldn't find for the next, he find for the last 2 months, but he couldn't find for the next month. So you have to send them home. And because they say ACC lost how much million? ACC lost 400 million. So I asked myself, is them 25 people or 60 people collecting or salaries 400 million, how much million ACC lost? Because you know what, Pastor, they can't tell me what lost. If you're trying to cut fat and waste, then you tell me which part you will leave with that is non-productive and take it away before you splash workers. Where you find overtime too much, diesel too much, tires too much. I think Mr. Dice is supposed to cut first. But that is what you would expect anything different after the work. I don't think we expected anything different. Something I raised that I said to Mr. Oh, your father is St. Vincent. And I said to you, election is starting in 27th of this month. These fellas are hoping to have a regime change in St. Vincent and the Caribbean. And St. Vincent with the intention that if they get rid of them, they will have another support. Kamala will have support from another part of the can come in order to justify the action against Maduro. So they are giving our sovereignty in order for oil and gas faster. They selling Trinidad and Tobago with the intention that if the next regime comes into office, that we will get something and gas. I believe if we're thinking right, make America great again. If somebody put you in office, who you already first to get it by and gas faster, and we have to wake up. Gentlemen, enjoy it.
Yeah, he was sounding a bit muffled at
okay.
One point in time, but I did pick up where he was talking about finding the money to pay these.
Yeah, these workers. All right. We have another caller on. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good night, Pastor. Good evening, Pastor Cooper. All right. I am not a regular caller. I think you must probably know my voice by now. But Mr. Alexander, Mr. Roger Alexander, Minister Roger Alexander, I cannot understand what they're speaking about the chain of command. Well, when I say I can't understand, I know the chain of command, like the protective services have the chain of command. You have like the police service will have constable, corporal, sergeant, inspector, and so go up. If it is that they have the chain of command, and Miss sister is saying that he's a discipline officer and he follows the chain of command. The ministry that he is in, can he not answer the question that is put to him? Why does he have to go past? If he can answer it and he have a chain of command and he say that he had to follow the chain of command, then let him pose the question or let him tell them to ask the senior person to him the question and not ask him. Because I can understand if you're in a ministry and somebody's asking you a question about, all right, the ship or whatever, and you answer in this stupid way, I don't understand that. I don't understand it at all, because the Prime Minister is making excuses for him and she's saying that he is following the chain of command or some kind of stupidness. So I don't understand that at all. He in a total mess. All right, good night and have a blessed night. Pastor.
Alexander, thanks, caller. Mr. Alexander is being supervised. Because of his incompetence, he is being supervised. And the Prime Minister, as the chairman of the National Security Council, I believe she would have put things in place to ensure that whatever questions are put to him, he answers within a very limited and narrow and confined range. And certain things, just leave that alone, because he doesn't have the competence or the skill to respond to it. And she's aware of that. So it's like she realizes that he's a sick cow and he can't function at 100% capacity. And he's running at about 25% capacity, intellectual capacity. And so she has set up a chain of command to monitor him, and I believe that is what is going on there.
Did you hear the joke about him?
No, share the joke with me.
All right, take a listen to this joke.
I have a theory. I think every time you drop your child, they just lose some IQ points. You know what I mean? Mom, in the white dress, what you do? You do HR? You get dropped 17 times. It wasn't your mom though. Trust me, trust me. Every human being that start off as an astronaut who could paint the Mona Lisa. You get dropped, doctor. You get dropped again, engineer. Can you imagine how much times the Minister of Homeland Security
That's what I'm saying. I said if the young people making fun of him. Yeah, that's not good at all. I mean, it's a funny joke, and I commend the young comedian and all of that. But when you look at it, this is the Minister of Homeland Security, and he's responsible for our protection and safety, and he doesn't know about any ship. SHIP. There's no ship, and if you see a ship, you could tell me about the ship. And no ship was sent to me. Yeah, boy. Man speaks like that.
We have a caller. We have a caller.
Pastor, before you depart for the night, you and Dad, I will comment observation I want to talk about. Right? Well, it wasn't on program yesterday, right? I went looking around to see what would have a follow-up now, any other programs with, like a PNM platform program, right? And I made an observation. I saw some new other platforms, not related to PNM, but UNC propaganda platforms appearing. And Pastor checked the the background and the content, some of them were recently formed within the last 6 months there, right? On top of that, on the social media pages, right, there's just a few PNM groups that I could subscribe to, because it's have people like myself who don't want to be going on CNC3 and to get yourself all on with the trolls and them. I don't want to go into all that talk, but it's just a few PNM platforms it have. And you made a comment to this about already, yeah? You said earlier, in a couple of months ago, between July to or July to September, you said that UNC, give them credit. They had the Monday night forum, right? They had the pavement, and then they had the press conference on the Sunday. And plus they have, they'll have annual, they'll have this one and that one. But currently, we are in opposition. There's a lot of propaganda and a lot of written material out there on the social media pages that if you want, like myself, or other people who, dischanted, and they start to read, they could well believe in what is taking place now, right? And then you will see a slow progress of growth towards supporters to the PNM, to revitalize the party. And you have to ask questions now, what really and truly is the party doing? I mean, yes, we in opposition. I understand. I look at Colin Hubbard last week in the press conference. He read out a list of all the things that the PNM did with the Vision 2020 program. And he was flabbergasted because that's hard work. But now we are faced with a propaganda machinery. Pastor, this is no time to have one. You are the element just standing up there. To me, and I went hunting. I'm honestly telling you, I went hunting within a matter of 3 hours looking for another platform, and there was none available. So something has to be done. And in the meanwhile, I just tell you, keep up the good work. That is my little contribution. Sorry for coming off topic, but it's something that needs to be addressed early. We cannot be going in this snail pace with information right now. Yes, the opposition is doing a good job. They did a very good job in the budget responses, but they need to bring that information to the people, so we could debunk all this propaganda that is being played right now. Have a good evening, Pastor. Until the next show.
All right.
Clapping?
I hear you.
You know why I'm clapping?
Mm.
It has always been my main number one criticism of the PNM. When the PNM is in opposition, they're terrible. They're terrible in opposition. They're good in leadership, perfect in leadership. But when they're in opposition, the PR takes a hit. And with social media now, with all these platforms and all these conspiracy theories and conspiracy theorists, they hardly know what is true. They have to step up their game. PNM has always suffered terribly by poor public relations.
Well, you had the General Secretary on.
Oh, yeah, well, that was good. But where's Penny? Dr. Rowley is doing a lot more work than Penny.
No, that's not true. But he said on his press conference that I attended that he's just an echo chamber because he will be privy to things that they may not know, so that's when he will come out. But he doesn't see them feeling though.
Yeah, but I'm hearing more from him than from
when? How? She does do a press conference every week.
Well, I don't hear it.
Well, and that's not her fault. The media, if the state-owned media don't carry the opposition, the state-owned media, and nobody not talking about that. Nobody.
Let me ask this. Let me ask this. Oh, don't get me wrong, I support Penny 100%. But visibility and going on social media, which is where everybody's head is in their phone. That's where people's heads are in their phone, right? I don't know how many people, you will know better than me, how many people listen to radio or how many people listen to parliament. But something, as the caller said, something has to be put in place. When you speak, you're being heard and you're not reliant on just the media in front of you. Because they will take what you say and spin it and people won't hear it. But I know that if you say, okay, I go in and make a statement now, but I go in and make sure this get on YouTube, I go in and make sure this get on my IG page, I make sure this going and get on TikTok, I'm making sure this going on X, because I don't trust the media to get that out there. Whatever the doc have in place, anytime you open your mouth and have something to say about what the Prime Minister doing, and I go on social media, I could see him on here.
Because what he does, all the prime, remember, and just today I was discussing this with somebody, right? Remember, first to begin, Dr. Rowley is the former Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. So if he open his mouth, the media houses just find itself wherever he is. That is one. I remember, Dad, when Dr. Rowley took over the PNM, right? Mr. Manning was the former Prime Minister. Every time Mr. Manning opened his mouth, the media used to find him. I remember Mr. Manning had a press conference. And at that press conference, Mr. Manning revealed to Trinidad and Tobago that Ms. Prasad Bisesa put a man on a state board who brought in a container of weed in this country.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Rowley didn't do that. Mr. Manning do that. Mm-hmm. Mr. Manning would have done a press conference and revealed some things about national security. Mr. Manning didn't know about, Dr. Rowley didn't know about it. Mr. Manning knew. Mm-hmm. So Mr. Manning got a lot of airplay and media play than Dr. Rowley. And people felt as though Mr. Manning was taken away from Dr. Rowley's thunder. And Mr. Manning had to stop. He had to cool down a little bit. Mr. Manning went as far as to stop doing the press conferences, and whenever he would have never done it at Balize House. And Mr. Manning did something. He would have consulted with Dr. Rowley on when is the best time to do his press conference.
All right, so listen, simple math. The leader of the opposition supposed to be the biggest mouth and the wisest mouth on the opposition team. There isn't supposed to be anybody who is better than him or her in communicating tea or spilling tea to the public, right? We, our country, we like we bacchanal. We have raw talk, we have raw fire, we have the former NCW, we have all these characters on social media, street cred, rambles, Kizel. We are them by the boatload. And we like our bacchanal, we like our good laugh. We like good tea. So there's a certain amount of energy and charisma you have to bring to the game for people to want to listen to you. And I'm telling you, right now, if I turn on social media and I see 4 people in the PNM talking, the one I want to listen to is Rowley.
But you're proving my point. When Mr. Manning would have opened his mouth, the people didn't want to hear Dr. Rowley. They wanted to hear Mr. Manning. I don't think you're all understanding that, Mr. Manning would have steal Dr. Rowley's thunder.
Right.
I don't think people understanding that. I could play countless clips of Mr. Manning having press conference and nobody wanted to hear Dr. Rowley. You know when Dr. Rowley grabbed the spotlight? After Section 34.
Right.
That's when everybody say, hey, that's the opposition leader, boy. Other than that, nobody wasn't taking on Dr. Rowley.
Right. So what you're saying now is that the Dr. Rowley, Patrick Manning scenario is similar to what
it's playing out now.
That Dr. Rowley is stealing farm.
No, I'm not saying he's stealing. I'm saying that Dr. Rowley is and he said that at the press conference. He said that I am preview to some things that Penny don't know. That the only persons who may be aware of it may be like what's his name, Amy Brown and they.
All right, well, if he privy to some things that she don't know, then he should pass the information to her and let her say it.
Well, that's not. But you know that's not African leaders' style. Why are you doing that? You know that.
Right.
African leaders like to hoard. Look at you could see it in the spiritual just as in the physical. There's a set of old pastors that just don't want to sit down and pass on the wisdom and the knowledge to the younger ones.
All right, let me ask you a question. If America invade Venezuela and go on land right now, right? And 3 people stand up to address that issue from the PNM. Who you want to hear?
I would want to hear from Stuart Young, Dr. Amy Brown. I would want to hear from the both of them. Dr. Amy Brown has been the most effective foreign affairs minister that this country has ever had.
Yeah, he's the best.
He was the best. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs came alive under Dr. Amy Brown. I don't think people really took on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs throughout the years that it existed. Dr. Amy Brown brought it to life.
I would tell 100% there. That's a fair assessment.
Dr. Stuart Young brought the Ministry of Energy and Industries. He brought it to life. He had a relationship with Madurande. So I believe if anybody has to address certain things in those areas, that's why, people say that she's not an effective leader. Let's look at her leadership style. She allows people to blossom in their sphere. So, Mr. Dr. Amy Brown, that's your baby. You was Minister of Foreign Affairs. She would call Minister Young, say, hey, come, I wanted to talk about energy and energy affairs and what you all would have done and why you all would have done it. I don't want to say it. I wasn't there. That's your passion. So she's actually giving people the opportunity to function in their sphere. People don't want that. People want she to be a dictator. I go talk about energy. Give me the information, Stuart Young. And you sit down there and wait until I tell you to talk. She not doing that. She has a different leadership style. Let's be real. Dr. Rowley leadership style is hush, wait until I tell you to talk, or else relax yourself. Dr. Rowley is a Tobagonian. He's a proud Tobagonian. Don't call my name in the bacchanal, I will come and claim my name. So the Attorney General come out and say, oh, Dr. Rowley signed that SOFA agreement. That's why we in what we in now with the Americans. Dr. Rowley say, you calling my name in your madness, brethren, I coming out and attack you. Penny can't defend he there. Because he signed the SOFA agreement. So he has to come out and defend himself. Penny go take her mic and say, well, that's not what Dr. Rowley signed, Doctor. No, let him defend what he do.
Well, I guess we will have to, given that all, I agree with all that you said, right? We will have to, I personally will have to adjust to that new
style of leadership.
Yeah, I'll have to adjust to that.
You know, having an interview with her, she's coming to my home to do an interview. And I'm going, you see, just what we're talking about here, I will bring it up to her. And I will, and clear, huh?
You know, for her to come to your home too. Now, that is my wife, girl. I can't say nothing bad about Penny. Now, I like Penny, and I support Penny. But I'm the aggressive type.
We know that.
So I will always feel, oh gosh, Penny. But then Margaret will say, Dave, that's who the woman is. You can't change who she is. But she will go up a repo. My wife from a repo, heights of a repo. Right? And my wife, cousin, and them is 100% supporters of Penny. And we believe that road to a repo a fix. Because Penny was being pressured by Dr. Rowley and Rohan Sinanan because she opposed Dr. Rowley. And she had to pay a price for that. And part of the price for that was for her not to look good in her constituency. You know, that is how we assess it. But Penny would have fixed that Rotary poll long time. She just want make bacon thing with the people line. When my wife aunt turned 100, she was there to celebrate her 100th birthday. Penny something else, she go down the ground and say, oh, she will come by your home?
Yeah.
Dr. coming by your home?
Let me tell you this. Let me show you this, Dad. I watching statements or comments on the live. One commenter is saying, dotish son, you have a dotish son you have, Dad, which is saying you, my father, have a dotish son because of how I am explaining how I see leadership with Miss Penny Beckles. Right? Because I'm stupid now. I'm dotish because of how I see the difference in leadership. And really and truly, let's be real here now. There was a leadership challenge in the PNM. Anybody could have thrown their hat in the ring to become the leader of the People's National Movement. Anybody. Nobody did. Why must I be fighting a battle about leadership when nobody threw their hat against Penny? I'll tell you this. I remember when Dr. Rowley and Penny were fighting for leadership. I was supporting Miss Beckles. I wasn't supporting Dr. Rowley. When Dr. Rowley won, I went to Dr. Rowley and I said to him, you are now the leader. I am willing to work with you. Dr. Rowley accepted me like a son. I get both. I get messages to tell me, hey, I like how you do that program. Do a little more research. X, Y, and Z. What you want? What you need? Go to the cut. Get whatever you need to show the achievements of the government. That was the relationship I had with Dr. Rowley. That it becomes so good so that we real tight. I see Dr. Rowley going football Thursday. When it was? Not the last match here. The one before. They played Jamaica. I saw Dr. Rowley. The only thing Dr. Rowley must didn't do was jump out of that car. That's the relationship I have with him. My question is, if the leadership of the PNM came into, okay, Google, Penny, or the leadership is open, present yourself to go for leadership. Why are we having this discussion and fighting about who should be leader when nobody came forward?
You're talking about recently, right?
Yes.
All right. Let's be real here, right?
No, I really don't like to have this discussion on this platform, you know. Because, let me tell you why, Dad. Some of the people who are on this platform are very ignorant. They make stupid statements and they will make me come off this live and don't ever come back on a platform that I created.
It will have people on every platform. There'll be people like that. So you have to ignore that, right?
But I really don't like to have this discussion because at the end of the day, the leadership of the PNM is not in limbo or question. We have a leader. It's either we work with the leader or we forget that, and you wait until whenever leader you want to come. Because that's what they did with Mr. Manning, you know. There was always a split in the PNM with leadership. When Mr. Manning came in, when Dr. Rowley came in, there was a Manningites. You had Amy Brown and they were in the doghouse because they were deemed to be Manningites. Mariano Brown, all the others were deemed to be Manningites. So they was ostracized from some people in the PNM. Why we continuing like that?
Right, but I think it's human nature because I'm telling you, I had a discussion with some people and kill them dead. Stuart Young is the man. They want to hear anything else.
Well, then let them stay there with that.
Right, but
Penny is the person right now. Why, if Stuart Young is the man, why he didn't present himself for leadership?
Right, good. So, but what I'm saying, the UNC have found a way to rally around Kamala.
Okay.
Right? And that is it. I don't hear any talk about anybody challenging Kamala or anything else. It's Kamala alone.
Okay.
It seemed to be something about us Africans.
Black people.
I want to go there. I want to go there.
Go there. If you want to go there, I think we should go there.
Even with the Tobagonians, they always have one way to go. Then the PNM Tobagonians and the PNM Trinidadians have a split. And then among the PNM Trinidadians, some for Stuart, some for Penny, some for Rowley, some
for Manning.
When we will get over that?
We ain't gonna get over that.
I think it's just something we have to live with. But we wouldn't get far with it. And as long as we continue to fish on, the UNC will be able to take advantage of it every 10 years. So we will get 10 years in office. And then after 10, the fighting will start. And who is this one? And this one want to challenge this one. We can't rally behind one person. But Dr. Rowley come and push up Stuart in the face. And we have to take Stuarty. And some find it's Penny turn. And it's time for a woman to get it. That black people thing. Because when it's UNC partner, you don't hear anybody challenging Kamala. Kamala was unchallenged. They take advantage of that and they win. 5 years. And we have to people suffering. CPEP. Rubbish truck men inside here begging me for money. Right? Them getting paid. People unemployed. I feel so sorry for them young people. So it's something.
Let me ask you this, Dad. Let me ask you this. You think if Stuart Young was the leader or Amy Brown was the leader, CPEP workers would have still had their jobs?
What, you're talking about presently?
Yeah.
With UNC in power?
Yeah.
No. They wouldn't have their jobs.
Okay. You think contractors would have get their money?
No, the status quo.
So the status quo would have still be the same, eh?
Yes.
We'd have still had the SOE and PNM people would have been sitting in the house still waiting for the SOE to end to see when the leader will tell them come out.
I get your point.
Well, leave me alone.
I get your point.
Well, leave me alone. UNC would have been any different.
Right.
Stuart Young, Penny, Dr. Rowley, Hans, whoever it would have been as leader. It don't matter. The UNC would have still do the same thing they're doing now, and we'll have to say nothing. We'll have to take that. People losing their work, people on the breadline, and let me tell you something. All who feel that if you be out in the face, be up in the face, be loud, be out there, you still can't do nothing. And if you get them vexed with that out there and arrogance, they could do worse. They could change laws because they're the majority. Let's be real. There are some laws that they could interfere with and touch that only too coward to come out on the streets and say anything about.
So you're saying after a leadership style like Dr. Rowley, the arrogant out there one, we need that balance now. Somebody who have a softer touch and somebody who is not as confrontational and all of that forward and just rally behind that person and forget his stewardship, it should be stewardship and forget that nonsense and move forward.
When Stewardship time come, everybody will, people who want to rally around Stewardship will rally around Stewardship.
Mm-hmm.
When his time comes.
Mm-hmm.
You ever eat a first ripe mango?
You make a point there about if it would not have mattered who is the PNM leader once UNC ended up going ahead with their policy.
Of course.
And let me show you something. I don't like to get into the black people talk because it just
Any black people talk because it's them on the live who trying to make me feel like if I less than. Can't it because
right.
themselves who coming on a black young boy platform to disrespect him.
All right.
That is our nature. And you know what, Dad? I'll tell you something. YouTube has proven to me over and over and over that the people who look at me are in their 60s and 70s. So it's not children who being disrespectful to me, you know. It's people who could be my parents. Because I don't share their view or hold to their opinion. I dotish.
Jack Warner had to deal with that, Jack Warner had to deal with a lot of that. And I remember him saying, now if you go to the Center of Excellence, it's only black people he hire in there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you know a guy by the name of Nancis. Mr. Nancis, he was the chairman, I think, of the NLCB under the PNM. He has a grocery up in Arima. Only black people, He has Maxis on the road and thing, and he's a businessman, good for himself. Staunch PNM supporter. He's from Arima. And he has a grocery. He's a black man, only black people he hired. And somebody told me, he said, for you as a black person who have money to fight for your people, you have to ignore who they are. That is a profound statement.
Yeah.
I learned that long time. I learned that as a evangelist with the SDA church. You have to ignore who they are and just hire them. Or else, if you take on who they are, you'll only hire Indian and white people. And he just shut down on this thing called blackness. He just realized, you just have to say, here, when I have a grocery, is a black man, I am black. Done. And just deal with that because it's coming at you. It's coming at you. They fight down. They try to take advantage of you because you're black. They want to leave early. They'll look for the Indian man until 4 o'clock, you know. But once they see a black person running the business, they want to leave a pastry. I'm a child to see about. You just have to deal with it and discipline them and go your way. Or else if you take on their blackness, you'll just fire them.
You know.
And I made that point. Point to make this point. Let me just make this point quick.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe how much money Tobago get from Kamala?
I can't remember now.
And they get a good from 4 billion or something.
I saw Dr. Rowley put up something yesterday or sometime.
Right. And Farley come and say it's the biggest piece of money they ever get.
Yeah.
And PNM, somebody on PNM have to come back and say no.
No, well, he's not PNM now. He's not no PNM.
Right. Somebody come and say that is not the biggest piece of money.
Yeah.
Farley was saying that the biggest piece of money they get, right?
Yeah.
You saw when Kamala went to Tobago and they treat her like the queen, right?
Yeah.
You saw the treatment she got on Tobago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. So let me ask you a question. You feel Tobago get a piece of money from Kamala because Kamala like Tobagonians?
No.
She just tried to make a political point, right? The Indian government will give the black people in Tobago more than the black government will give the black people in Tobago. So she was adored. A woman was treated like a queen. My wife and I sit down and watch that and we ball. They sing, they dance, they Jenny Fleck, they throw flowers. They walk behind all the school children, come out, they swear the Queen of England. They'll never do that for us. Who from there? Even for their own people. So it's something we have to address and deal with. But frankly speaking, yeah, at some point in time, you have to say that is who we are and just move forward.
You know, there's a caller who calls this station, right? Well, calls this program. He's a UNC. And somebody sent me a video. And I say, I don't believe that. But he's a caller to this. He's a caller to this program. I want to play something that was sent to me. Listen to this, Dad.
Yeah.
Let's hear KFC message to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Diary boy, let me make him a star. He's already a star, man. He's a fighter.
Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. A big UNC activist, better known as KFC. Costing PNM for the last 9 years, credit for opportunities and no assistance. Certain ministers when I'm calling and not answering no phone, they decline the call. So I will.
But I will KFC call. I say, what?
In vain, call on my thinking process. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. A big UNC activist, better known as KFC. Costing PNM for the last 9 years, credit for opportunities and no assistance. Certain ministers when I'm calling and not answering no phone, they decline the call. So I will in vain call on my thinking process. I waited to get a response from Ramshire.
From who? Come on, let me continue from.
Surely legal minds. So all my hard work going on in vain. But the yellow is the code, I love the way system. They say, suffer in silence, I suffer in silence. Who shall bless no man curse? Anybody ever cry in the UNC, the official, they try to assist all the activists and all the supporters now. KFC need help. Bless.
You hear that?
Nah, I didn't hear it. It wasn't too clear.
Tell
me what it was.
There's a young black African UNC supporter who was saying that he called the UNC, he called the people and them in the UNC who he supported, and nobody had taken any calls. He said he cost PNM for 9 years on the radio, and no UNC leader or minister take any calls. But he say yellow is the code. But he asking them.
Young one from Spain.
Yeah.
Yeah, he never get our. Kamlanda never give you no reward for cussing the PNM. Because that is why he was cussing the PNM. He was looking for a piece of money. Right? It are certain of them who get a chairman on board and Queen Soul and all of them get a piece of money and they go on their way and he get nothing.
Me? I want to play one more thing before I go. Imagine that we will fight for
everybody else.
I to believe this now. We will cost one another for somebody else than we own. Let's take a listen to this. Listen to this.
But we can't organize together. Why do you think that is?
Self-hatred, petty differences, and the indoctrination of white supremacy, meaning most black people feel the only people they need to be accountable to are whites. They can never answer to a black person. This is why if you talk to any black supervisor or black manager, they'll tell you they get more hell from their black employees than their white ones. Because whenever we see black authority, we rebel against it because we've been trained to believe that black people are worthless. And if you yourself is worthless, how much more worthless will be your authority over me? Until we do something about the collective self-hate of African people, we will never change anything else. It is the psychological crutch of self-hate that keeps us where we are. We are too $2 trillion people. Why are we waiting for reparations? Don't get me wrong. We're entitled to reparations. But why are we waiting on them with that type of money? It makes no sense. It's because we do not believe in working together. We would rather wait on white supremacy to change itself before we change ourselves.
Yeah, that is my boy. That is Dr.
Google. Yeah, Google. Yeah, I listen to you on the phone. Let me tell you something. You see what you now said it? With that whole thing about penny and the different style and everything, you're correct. You understand? Because nobody didn't pop themselves for leadership when the time presents itself. And we had to work with penny until it was correct. I'll go on.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, caller.
Yeah, that clip you played there was Dr. guy.
Yeah. But let me ask you something. What he said there is basically what you said.
Yeah.
But my thing is, I really believe that if we really come together as a people, we could shake this place. But you know what I realize? And I'm smiling because you see them who fighting about who should be leader. You know, there's a group of people in this country who don't care about who is the leader. Here what they care about. They can't put food on the table to feed their family. And anybody who will stand up with them to get their just due, they're willing to fight with them.
Right. That's true. And I believe those people in the majority.
They're in the majority. They are in the majority. I met some young people Thursday. No, I lie. I met some young people yesterday. And one of them stopped me, said, "Hey, my grandmother listens to you every night, you know." I said, "Serious?" I said, "Yeah." So let me tell you something. Only feel we young people not listening. But we listening, we watching, we observing, and we smart. And I just waiting. No, I think he working in one of those credit unions. He said, I just waiting for the day they say, come out and protest. He said, I taking that day off. And as he said, about 5-6 of them was like an echo chamber.
Mm-hmm.
And he said to me, and look at that, we have friends, and our friends have friends. And all of us coming out to fight for the right thing in this country. I say, let them take that. Let them take that.
You say about if we come together. Kamala can win with all the black vote.
Oh, okay then.
She cannot win with all the black vote. And watch me. Most black people don't vote. Who could vote? I believe the percentage of black people who could vote that votes is probably about 20% or 25%. If all the eligible black voters, if I tell you I know families of black people who don't vote, whole families, you know. Well, that's what now we are voting. 6.5 dozen we are voting. If all of those people come out and vote, UNC will never see power in this country.
But Dad, that happened in 2015. You remember in 2015.
Every who could vote, that's vote.
Let me tell you this. You remember in 2015 what Eddie had ground looked like?
Yeah.
Breeze couldn't pass. And let me tell you something. You see how this country going right now?
And that wasn't all, you know. That wasn't all, you know.
Okay. And let me tell you something. You see how this country going right now? If an election is called in the morning.
Brother.
I I want them to call the local. I want them to call the local election. Let them see how weak Penny is. Will they feel she
Why
weak?
does have to reach a crisis? Why does have to reach a crisis like that?
Oh.
Because that 2015 Eddie Hart you talking about, I still only 45% of the black people who could vote come out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The 100 they come out yet, you know. But I believe they will come out now, eh? They'll come out now, you know. They'll come out now, boy. They'll come out now. But why it had to reach to this? You see? That's the problem. Yeah. Anywho.
You're going and you like to talk? Let me talk.
Yeah,
Talk the black thing.
I so had I'm telling you, I had black employees who used to work for Indians, and when they come to work with me,
They have a different attitude. Let me take this call.
Yeah, so I had to do drill with them.
Caller.
Hi, good night. Good night, Pastor Google. Pastor Google, I want you to talk with me, right? Instead of talking down to these, what? Just now I'm having a sorry. Instead of talking down to these people who are against Penny, try and win them over now. Because yeah. Mm-hmm. I know, but yes, yes, yeah. I was seeing it, right? But by you doing that, it's kind of like putting a bridge between not I shouldn't say a bridge, putting a barrier between Penny and Stuart. So Stuart faction, okay, let's go. Mhm. Correct. So I understand. Mhm. So, you're talking to me. You're fighting me. You're talking to me and you're fighting me. But you don't have to get on through. You don't have to get on through. Pastor, Pastor Google. We know. You could only win them over with. Don't say that. Pastor Google. Listen. All right, listen. Listen. Pastor Google, listen. You had about 300 people. They come up to 4. They come up to 5. They come up to 6. They come up to 7. So it's when you're winning over people. All right. Okay. This is just no. Forget. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Okay. Mhm. 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 All right. Listen. I am not saying. I am not saying to you about winning over for Penny or for Stuart. I am saying win over for the PNM. That's what I want. Mm-hmm. Okay. I see those comments and I ignore them in the sense of saying that's waste of time. Go ahead with your program. Anytime you dive into it, it is cause a thing. I don't like what's going on. No, no. Mhm. 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 Okay. 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 Mhm. 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 But yeah, but Pastor Google, listen to me. Listen to me. You don't have to be shouting and getting on through, right? I like to see you the quiet way when you're bringing across this thing. When okay, 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 okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, you see me, whenever anybody comes to me to talk against like who they want to lead, I quicker talk to you and pacify you and try to make you see a different side of it. Like me, not you. But I'm just, mm-hmm. Well, I'm hoping for the best. I'm hoping for the best. Yeah, yeah. No, God, this is true. Don't say that. Pastor Google, everybody's not the same. Everybody is not the same. Mm-hmm. 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 No? Pastor Google, I listened to you just now there, and you say you supported Penny, right? You wasn't supporting Dr. Rowley, but Dr. Rowley win, and you decide to go over to Dr. Rowley in the sense that you welcome him in. So everybody will see things in a different light. I am saying people still hurting. Leave them. Leave them alone and do what you know you're called to do. You continue. I know. I know. Very well. Very well. Yeah. 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 Mhm. Mhm. Mm. Ah. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. But you all were able to talk to some of the UNC people and get them over to all you do. Look at Lala and all the others. And they come across. So if they could come across. Mm-hmm. Well, you say so. I ain't believing that way, but I know you've been doing a good work. So Yeah. God bless you. Okay, then. Take care. Bye-bye.
Good evening. The last 8 minutes to 10 minutes, what OGD caller you're hearing isn't hearing you at all. I need that comments and thing, and people asking you, people saying you're not hearing me, not hearing me. And I mean, you'll not be watching the comments all the time, but you're not hearing you at all. You're just hearing one side. As you leave it talking, and you're looking like you're talking mad. Like you're mad, you just see your mouth moving there. Check your mic.
Tomorrow, tomorrow I go in and make green pigeon peas stewed on in coconut milk with cassava and yam.
I passed in for lunch.
Pastor,
And saltfish.
I passed in for lunch.
With some pork.
I passed in for lunch.
Oh, you eating pork too?
All the time. Never stop.
Pastor, good night.
Let me take this call. Hello, good evening, caller.
Hello, good evening, Pastor Google.
Hi, good evening.
So I'm listening to the conversation, right? And I have something to tell the people at the PNM, right? I'm a young voter. Young people did not vote for Stuart Young. Young people didn't care about voting for PNM. Why? Because young people say, because I am young too, that PNM does not listen. They doesn't come down to the grassroots and hear we complain, feel we plight, feel we pain. Right? So you want somebody who will come down to the grassroots, feel we plight, feel we pain. They will win any election. So put it in their head, because they didn't understand it. You can put who you want, you have to come back to the ground in order to win any election, because we tired. Them to the top don't understand how we feeling. Them to the top don't understand me. So I'm making it clear because I'm a young voter. And the only reason why I vote PNM, because my mother tell me to tell you the truth. Young voters don't want to hear because they say they're not listening. So let it hear from a young voter. Come back down to the roots. Come back down and walk to the community and reach the young people. That's what we want. That's a leader that we want. Thank you, Pastor. Enjoy your night.
Wait, just now, before you go. Just now, before you go, I want you to, you see, you said something there, and I would have said it earlier on to my father that it doesn't matter who was the leader of the PNM. If the UNC win, they're going to treat people the same way that they're treating people now. That's one. Two, explain a little more, because people may not understand what you're saying by they need to come down and they're not listening. What were they not listening to?
Meaning that people were saying when they go to the council offices or they go to the MP office, they're not getting the help. They're not getting people to understand their pain, to feel their plight. They wanted, but that's only for election. They see the MP. And when they go after election and they go in the office, it's like he's not there, he's not doing nothing for them. People want a leader who will help them, who will dialogue with them, who will try to make a difference for them. That is how you go keep your people and keep your base. Why do people go to the UNC? Because they so believe that she'll help them and give them things. That's why they vote. They don't believe that, because when they come to their own office, it's a sort of nothing they get in, only prayers. You're going over and over. You're constantly voting. You're constantly there for them. And when they win, it's like you don't exist. They're there for when they want to vote, and when after that, you don't see them. They have to do better because the youth's watching and they're keeping that record of what they're feeling. You want to win? Come down to your people, walk the streets, hear their plight, deliver. There's nothing wrong with delivering to your base, because you want your supporters, you want your base, you want them to always be there for you. They can say what they want by UNC, but they just always give their base thing. What we just get as PNM people, sometimes we just feel neglected. We don't feel like nobody don't hear we in our community, and when we go, we keep on going. Sometimes when you go, you can't see your end. Peter even tell him the plight to hear your problems. So it's hard. But we still holding on because I come from PNM parentage, so I had no choice. So they say you had to vote there, I vote there. I ain't ashamed to say it. And plenty people like me who young who vote from PNM leader parentage who make the children go and vote. But if it wasn't up to that, some of them will not vote. Because I tried to carry my younger ones, and they said, no, we're not going, because PNM do nothing for me. And they never went.
Okay,
and
thank you.
have hundreds like them who stay home.
All right,
the lady on point. Let me, Pastor, you work with me, right? You work with me in my Summer Crusade, not so?
Mm-hmm.
You worked with me in my Marabella Crusade, not so?
Yeah.
Did you work with me in my Point Fortin Crusade?
Yes.
Why was I so successful?
Okay, you say listen to the people.
Baptizing hundreds. I never baptized under 200 people. Right? I always baptize 2 and up. But let's take the Summer Crusade, where I baptized 458 people. Why were we so successful in Summer?
When the people came and they had a need, or they want somebody to talk to, people was always there.
Didn't I have a team of Bible workers,
Yes.
yourself included? Dane Francois, Dale, going into the communities?
Yes.
And talking to them people?
Mm-hmm.
I remember all the young girls, know all the young fellas, know all the young fellas who is Muslim, know all the young fellas who is gunmen, know all the people. When the people come in the night, is all your friend, because during the day, all they going by their house and linemen and talking to them. Remember we build these steps for the people to walk down to come through the track by Himalaya Club?
Yes.
Remember that crusade? I raised over $80,000. And I give back to the South Caribbean Conference $80-something thousand in surplus money I raised. You remember that?
Yeah.
You remember after that crusade, I had the biggest excursion in the history of Trinidad and Tobago with 12 buses. PTSD gave me an extra bus and an extra record. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
You remember I baptized Mackie children, Mackie wife, all them fellas going up Sunshine Avenue, had a gun amnesty under that tent, and had the largest multiple weddings take place under my tent in one Saturday morning. I married 17 couples. Why was that crusade so successful? How was I able to put a small little shaky hungry tent on that ground next to Himalaya Club? And after 6 weeks of preaching, baptized 458 people, the largest local baptism in the history of the Seventh-day Adventist Church in Trinidad and Tobago. You see that model we set in Sao there? Take that and bring it into politics, and you'll realize that lady who just called here, she on point. She on point because my member from my church, who I drop home that Saturday, who said to me and my wife that the reason she voted Kamala, she from Nelson, the girl born and grew up on the Nelson, talk about street smart. Talk about street smart. That girl sit down and explain to me how them fellas does operate in town. Who does me snatching purse and chain? When telling her that girl, she said they have the runners and they have the fellas who managing them. It's a well-oiled machine, you know. That chain snatching, purse snatching thing in Port of Spain. When that girl break down that thing for me, so I say, oh gosh, girl. She say, Pastor, born and I grew up on the Nelson. And I voted in Kamala. I say, why? She said, because you know how long I applied for a house? And PNMA will give me a house. So Kamala send she people inside there and they say, we go get a house. So I'm taking a chance probably and I get the house. Isn't that what the lady just said? That's what the lady just said. The PNM don't listen. So if the PNM had gone in
and said, you know what? I hear it. I want to meet with all the young people on the Nelson. Now, you can't bring all the young people. When you go in town, you can't bring mix Nelson and Piccadilly. You have to be careful how you're mixing them because sometimes Nelson war in this one or this one war in that one. But if you go on the Nelson and they say, all the young people here, under 35, who married and had children and want a house, I want to meet with all you. Shall you apply? How long you apply? So and so, so and so, so and so. Yeah, what? All they deserve it. We go handle all you. They go win. I think that's what the lady trying to say.
But you know, let me put it in a different perspective for you. You know, there are people who are volunteers for political parties. So what they do is that they go around to the community. So they take a street. What's the name of your street, Dad?
Ruben Drive.
They take Ruben Drive and they come by the house and they canvassing. How much people living in this house? 5.
Yeah.
Is the 5 eligible to vote? Yes. You mind if I ask, do we have your support? Well, right now we ain't too sure. Because we ain't too happy with how all they take a raise our salary and we still on the breadline. If I bring the candidate to talk to you think you give him a chance? Let him pass now. The candidate come. They come back and they say, candidate, we meet so and so. They have a lot of people in the house. You need them votes. All right. Candidate come. Yeah, nah, I wasn't happy with how they make that decision, you know. And the candidate lobby with Talia and talk to Ole and say, well, you know what? I understand what you're saying. I'm sorry. I know whatever thing. Listen to what I'm saying to you, Dad. The candidate win the election. You listen to me? The candidate win. When he won the seat, he won governance. The little young lady who walked the street, house to house to house, right? Canvassing for him. When she go to the office to meet with him, he do her time. He can't see her. She need a job. She have all her subjects. He can't help her. And now getting governance. Give me some time. And that story go for the whole 4.5 years. And then he gave her 10 days. You really think you'll get them support?
You will break it down there, boy. Wait.
You know why I could break it down so? Because I know about it. I went through it. I work for Ralph Maraj. I work for Diane Sukaran. I work for Barinja Senanan. I work for Elias in San Fernando West. And when the time come to get something for working hard, going in a car, a hot car with a microphone, this is the voice of the People's National Movement. Encourage you to come out on April 28th and vote for your candidate, Mr. Barinja Sinanan. You hear what I'm saying it? Because I know it like a chorus. I on the mic for you every day. And when I come by your office, I can't see you. When I come by the office, here what you're telling me. Here now, I go see what I can do for you. You go get a little 10 days. But I'm loyal to you. I'm loyal. I'm in every political meeting. But when you're choosing board members, I can't see my name. But you know, when the UNC win, the social media activists Sunday,
Yes, Gappy.
They on board. And they can choose to go on board within the 6 months of the governance.
They get rewarded.
Okay then. And we're not talking about, I am not talking about just any and anybody. We're talking about your loyal activists.
They tell no reward. People just want a reward. They tell nothing to look forward to. You're giving your blood, sweat, and tears, and you're not getting anything in return.
Somebody saying you think uneducated people should be on a board? You see, people still not understanding it.
Hey, Pastor. Do you know? You know who is Marjorie Taylor Greene?
I hear the name already.
Alright, you don't follow American politics, right? Do you know to be a congressman or a congresswoman in American politics, you don't have to be educated? You just have to be popular? I didn't know that, you know.
Wow.
It's last year I learned that.
You know, if
do you
these
know in
people...
American politics, for you to be a congressman or a congresswoman, you just have to be the person who the people like. And if you popular and the people like you, you go into Washington and representing them in Congress because you are the person the people like.
Wow.
Education, it mean nothing. Do you know with the People's National Movement having a PhD and having a master's degree and having a first degree in order to get certain positions, I think it's very, very important.
Wow.
Do you know that Kamala has modeled her party modeled her party after the American politics? That is why Alexander could be where he is. If that is the popular man, that is the man who the people like, it don't matter if he can't talk.
You know, there are people who still, Dad, if you do have runners and people to canvass a street or the party groups operating and different things, arms of the party working with volunteers and people call in dunce or uneducated, the PNM will not win an election, you know. And I don't think people are understanding that.
Do you know? Yeah, I hear what you say. Do you know, right, that who was the person who represented Tunapuna before Alexander? Ford. He was ever a minister?
No, he was as the deputy speaker of the House.
Right. He was ever a minister?
No.
Why?
I don't know.
I could make a statement made by a particular politician
concerning
why.
Go ahead.
Esmond Ford is clearly not the sharpest tool in the shed. But we need him to win Pune. But he could never be a minister because he can't talk and he don't have the requisite education. You see that statement I just made there? Straight out of the mouth of a very prominent politician. I dare not call his name. That, my friend, is how the PNM does move. Kamala come, take the dunciest man in the universe. It's how other planets in the solar system with humans. You know? I believe it's a human on Mars and Jupiter and Venus and Uranus and things. You know? It's a humans there. But the dunciest human in Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, and Pluto is Alexander. Alexander come and beat Ford. Kamala said,
Brother, I don't care if you can walk, if you can talk, if you're the biggest baby in the world, you could be the dunciest thing. Yeah, Minister of Homeland Security. Go make a monkey of yourself in the parliament. Use my boy. You work for me, you bring home a marginal for me, all that. That's the difference. I know people struggle as councillors. Struggle as councillors. I can't call the name. Sawan, can't call the name. Yes, for the PNM. Man beating out books, trying to get a degree. Because the upper echelons of the PNM telling them, you're going nowhere with no certificate or no diploma. He go on to get a first degree. The boy beating book 2, 3 o'clock in the morning trying to get a master's degree. Because people in the upper echelons of the PNM telling them, you're going nowhere. Master's degree and up if you want to hold a portfolio. Yes, you're a loyal one. Yes, you're a good one, but you want to see these degrees. You want to see these PhDs. Right? It must be well spoken. That is the PNM. That is the side of the PNM I can't stand. And that is why they'll regularly continue to get watched. If they look at them things and change their way and deal with the people who on the ground and working for them. You know that fella called NCW? He used to come on social media and say, Oceans, yeah, Oceans, and he had the whole thing going on. Thing. I sit down and watch him do a yellow is the code promo. He's now on the board of Queen's Hall. I went to see my daughter do a recital in Queen's Hall on Saturday night. After church, I preached the people gospel. I come home, I eat. And Margaret and I go on to watch my daughter do a recital, a dance recital in Queen's Hall. NCW, Mr. Oceans, who switched and went to support Kamala. Yellow is the code. He's on the board of Queen's Hall now. So he's sitting down and deciding how Queen's Hall business run their business for the next 5 years. Good. Are people toiling in the vineyard for PNM? But yes, they're struggling. Can't get nothing. Because they ain't smart enough. They ain't bright enough. They're not eloquent enough. They don't have the right look. They're always running me down. Always running me down. Because I eloquent and I could talk and I educated and I had degrees and I don't take them on. I want to be free to sit down on the radio and talk with my son until 2 o'clock in the morning. And see what I have to say to the PNM and see what I have to say to the UNC. Without worrying about any loyalty or being fired the next day. That's the freedom I want. I've always cherished my freedom. Right? And I'm telling you that certain things have to change.
Yeah.
Forever. They have to get rid of certain bad ways they have. And that last caller you had there, she hit the nail on the head. I just feel it. You know what I understand my wife? I just feel sorry. When I see these people with their jersey, and I know they're spilling their guts, and I sat in the office of a PNM minister, I can't call the name, and see the phone ring, Pastor Google. The phone ringing, and he watched the phone, and he wouldn't answer the phone. And I sit down there, trying to conduct a transaction with him. I sit down there with a white man. The Vinci construction man who built a flyover for we in Europe there. Yeah. I get introduced to him to Jack Warner people. He come in my house and tell me set up a meeting with him, with a particular minister. And he will pay me whatever I want. The man come and sit down in my house right here, you know my house. And come and sit down right here and tell me set up that, I set up that meeting. And while that meeting going on, I see that phone ringing, and it's ringing, and it's ringing, and that man wouldn't answer. And then you know what he turned to me and said? He said, you know who is that calling there, Pastor? I said, who's that? He said, that person who called in there is a person who work with me on the ground in my constituency. But you see, when you win, they start to harass you. And a certain leader told me, sometimes when you win the election, these people who help you win, who feel you owe them something, they just have to change your number. You see what I just tell you there, partner? You make up that, eh? Me make up that, eh? Good. I see and hear that. A certain person tell him that you see these people who beat the ground with you, and when you win, them feel you owe them something. Sometimes you just have to change your number to get rid of them, and he never answered the phone. I sit down and I watch that, I could have vomit. Because I is a man who beat the ground as an evangelist and train my workers, go in the people's house, make friends with them. If they're hungry, give them food. If they need a little change, give them, dip in your pocket. When I pick up the offering in the night, you will get back your money. But bring them people out of my tent to hear the gospel. I start them coming by the bus load. And I'll sit down in my wet clothes and counsel them people, you know that, until 1 in the morning. And my wife and children sit down, they sleeping on themselves waiting on me. Because it's the people first. As I put myself on it until they come to my tent. So when they come with their demon and who child book bag going up in the air and who hearing voice 2 o'clock in the morning and who sew up frog mouth, I have to sit down and listen to them stories. And I reach on 1 o'clock. Sleep. Get up. Same thing. Next night. 6 nights a week for 6 weeks. But when it's time to baptize, there's 200 people in the water. 150 people. And the biggest excursion in the history of Trinidad to me. Right? You get the results. You stay with the people and you work with them. So for me to hear that politician, that turned me off of politics. So when they come and they say, Mr. McKenzie, you wanted to run in here, you got somebody named Mr. Antoine in here who represented Abadi O'Meara, like he out of mind. Wanted to represent in here. Nope. 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 Well, consider senatorship. Nope. Nope. Well, they had the degrees. They have degrees in theology, they had degree in law. And nope. 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 I'd rather do just what I do in here. Because you see what you say you went through there? That hurt me to hear you say that. And I know how hard you work. And does work for your party. You see? And I've seen certain people suffer until that poor fella drop out of politics. He drop out of it. Drop out of it. Working Saturday. Counselor. Yes. Nothing. Telling stupidness about he had to go and study and thing. In America, Marjorie Taylor Greene, no education. Education, nothing. But she loved the people, love her. She worked for the people she represents. Send the people as a council woman that could have come by her house 2 o'clock in the morning. But it was time for them to get a representative in Washington. To have people with degrees, more degrees than at a moment. They say, no, we want Marjorie Taylor Greene. They laugh at you in Washington just like we laughing at Alexander. They laugh at you. This dunce head, stupid, can't understand, can't read, can't write, little dotish woman. Until I listening to a show at night, a late night talk show, and they say to be a congressperson. The Congress in the United States of America is equivalent to our parliament. And then their Senate is like our Senate. So the smarter, brighter people, the ones who could speak and who eloquent and who well educated, they are the senators. But in America, in America, the Congress is like the MP. They're too bright, they're too smart, have a degree and thing, but you know, you could represent the people, you can handle it. Yeah, you still need a degree and thing. They want to have a degree, you can talk and thing. In America, you had no degree. Bobbert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, uneducated, but they're popular in the area. And they're there with the people. Those are the ones the people send up.
Well, Dad, it was nice.
Oh, you mean if it was nice? It was beautiful and it was wonderful.
So we go talk. I'm passing for lunch tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll talk. I mightn't be here, but call me before.
All right.
All right, okay. Take care. Have a good night.
Yes, same to you later. Yeah. All right. Trinidad and Tobago and by extension the world. I mean, say thank you to the 500 and something of you that stayed on. I'll play this to close.
But we can't organize together. Why do you think that is?
Self-hatred, petty differences, and the indoctrination of white supremacy, meaning most black people feel the only people they need to be accountable to are whites. They can never answer to a black person. This is why if you talk to any black supervisor or black manager, they'll tell you they get more help from their black employees than their white ones. Because whenever we see black authority, we rebel against it because we've been trained to believe that black people are worthless. And if you yourself is worthless, how much more worthless will be your authority over me? Until we do something about the collective self-hate of African people, we will never change anything else. It is the psychological crutch of self-hate that keeps us where we are. We are $2 trillion people. Why are we waiting for reparations? Don't get me wrong. We're entitled to reparations. But why are we waiting on them with that type of money? It makes no sense. It's because we do not believe in working together. We would rather wait on white supremacy to change itself before we change ourselves.
I want to start by reading a quote for you that is trending online now. Someone sent it to me and I saw it so many times. I think it's good for us to read this quote. I'm sure when I start to read it, you will be familiar with it. It says, out of hatred for the cockroach, the ants voted for the insecticide. Out of hatred for the cockroach, the ants voted for the insecticide. They all died, big on in the tail, including the housefly that didn't even vote. They all died, including the housefly that didn't even vote. It says an African proverb, but it could be a Trinidadian and Tobagonian proverb. It is so true of our situation here today.
The snake attacked the hedgehog. The two fought fiercely, but the hedgehog emerged victorious and unharmed, while the snake was wounded, with quills stuck all over its body. Desperate, it began to scream and ask for help in a peasant's yard. A hen trembled upon hearing its lamentations. Seeing its tears and hearing its pleas for pity, the hen felt compassion. Despite being a snake, it seemed to be suffering so much that the hen decided to help it. She took it to the coop and, with care, removed every quill from its body. The snake stayed there playing with the chick until late. But whenever it looked at the baby, the snake silently licked its lips. The hen, even so, looked at it with some suspicion. When night fell, the snake asked, "Madam, it is too late for me to return. May I sleep here tonight?" Without sensing the danger, the hen agreed. The next morning, upon waking up, she noticed something strange. The coop door was open. Small feathers from her chick were scattered all over the floor. The snake had vanished, and with it what the hen loved most. With an empty chest and a broken heart, she fell to the ground crying and swore revenge. Time passed. Even consumed by pain, the hen slowly got back on her feet. Then she decided to organize a great banquet and invited all the animals, including the snake. The snake was now changed. It looked bigger, more elegant. It had shed its skin and exhibited good manners. It arrived bringing gifts for everyone. Seeing the hen, it rushed to embrace her. "I ask by the mercy of God that you forgive me. At that time I was immature. I did not know what I was doing. Today I am different." Moved, the snake gave the hen a grain of corn as a gift. Tears streamed down the snake's face, showing sincere repentance. The hen was touched. She gave up revenge and forgave it. That very night the snake slept in her house again. But at dawn, the story repeated itself. The door was open. The snake had left without saying goodbye, and another one of her chicks had disappeared. Only scattered feathers denounced what had happened. The hen fell to the ground in silence. She had proven once again the bitter consequence of trusting someone who had already betrayed her. Never give a snake a second chance. If you are going to forgive, forgive, but never make agreements with it again. Forgiveness is not the same as forgetting. Even if the snake sheds its skin, it remains a snake.
You give your hand to me and let me say hello, and I can hardly speak. My heart is beating so, and everyone can tell. You think you know me well. Well,
Hey guys, I am Nigel O'Connor, a singer for all seasons. I am that voice that moves you for every occasion. I am that voice that celebrates life moments one note at a time. I am Nigel O'Connor. You can contact me at 783-0054 or 754-3154. And oh yes, that's me singing in the background.
Apostle Dr. Corey K. Grant.
Oh, when the river flows, it will bring every dead thing to life. Because he is Yahweh, Alpha and Omega. That's who he is.
Invites you to an evening of just worship with the Burton sisters.
Jesus, we need a fresh
Spoken word. Ministry in dance with Faith Over Fear dance team. Come and be ministered to by several worship teams. An evening of just worship at Life in the Word Prophetic Cathedral at 166 Pointe-a-Pierre Road, Fistabella, San Fernando. See you there.
Hi. So a lot of people have been asking, where is Haley by Wendy? So anybody confused? That's okay. Don't be too concerned. We didn't move too far, only from Matilda Princess Song to High Street Princess Song. I saw a video showing how to exactly get to us. As you can see, we are just over Security Credit Union, and that yellow staircase is your pathway to many potential great services that you'll love. Just to name a few so you can get a hint of what we're all about: brainstorming, braids, relaxer, color, manicure, pedicure, waxing, and much more. Do you want to book an appointment with us? If so, message us on our WhatsApp at 868-331-9747.
Relevant question today. Now that the man retire, people spitting fire, and every talking head having their say. For in this makes a plan that we call Trimbago. Trimbago. Many times it does just.
The information provided by the speakers and or presenter on Facebook and YouTube is for general informational purposes only. All information is provided in good faith. However, Constructive Talk makes no representation or warranty of any kind, express or implied, regarding the accuracy, adequacy, validity, reliability, availability, or completeness of this information.